will so-called love a man. I will take your love so deep. Bring me to your river deep. I'm a thirsty land, bring me, Lord, to drink. I will so-called love a man. I will take your love so deep.
Let God arise, and his enemies be scattered. Arise, O God, like a mighty warrior.
Arise like a mighty warrior. Arise like a mighty warrior. Lion of Judah, silencing the enemy, giving victory.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That was weak. Good morning. Now, we're not going to start until you stand up and greet me properly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can we stand up? Let's stand up. Did you not eat your breakfast today? Did you eat your breakfast today? Good morning. I like what that sister's doing. She's stretching. Everyone, start stretching. Start stretching, because we're going to be here for a while. So I want you to loosen up, loosen up, loosen up. But yeah, you're all welcome to the Young Money session, which is powered by Money Masterclass. If it's your first time here in Prayer City or at any KICC event, I want you to raise your hands. Wow, wow. Make some noise for the people that have raised their hands. You're so welcome to KICC. I'm glad that you're here. At the end of the session, please go to the reception so that we can welcome you and let you know a bit more about KICC. You may be seated. You may be seated. So right about now, the ushers would have given you the Young Money Blueprint. The Young Money Blueprint. And the Young Money Blueprint is basically an assessment of your financial journey so far. The blueprint also shows how you have been programmed to respond to money and wealth throughout your life, beginning in your childhood. And the trickiest part of this blueprint is that you are likely to not be aware of some of the beliefs that you have about money. So right now, I just want you to begin to fill out the questions. So some of the questions are, what do you use money for? What form of assets do you own? So for the next 10 minutes, I just want you to begin to fill out this form to the best of your ability. Be honest with yourself, because as the day goes on, you're going to gain so much knowledge that's going to help you take your financial literacy, to take your finances to the next level. So begin to fill that in. And there's also a list of 3 things that you must write down that you hope to learn from this session. So we'll also have a Slido up as well, where you can ask questions for the speakers that will be speaking today. So all you need to do is go to slido.com, and then the hashtag code for Slido is 787416. That's 787416. And that is slido.com. And you can ask as many questions as you want, and our guests will do their best to answer the questions. So right now, if you haven't received that money blueprint paper, please raise your hands. If you don't have a pen, please raise your hands. My sister at the back has not received the money blueprint sheet. If we can get some paper to her. And if you don't have a pen, please raise your hand so that we can give you a pen so that you can fill it out. It's very important that we fill out the money blueprint. And right about now, as you're filling it in, we're just going to have some music playing as you are filling out the forms. God bless you. And those watching online, because you don't have the form, I'm going to read out the questions so you can write it down in your pad and answer the questions also. So the first question for those online watching is, what is your attitude towards money? What is your attitude towards money? The second question is, what do you use money for? What do you use money for? The third question is, what do you think is wrong with how you spend money? What do you think is wrong with how you spend money? The fourth question is, how much do you have in your savings? How much do you have in your savings? The next question is, how do you manage your money? How do you manage your money? The next question is, what form of assets do you own? What form of assets do you own? The next question is, do you have any knowledge about investments? Do you have any knowledge about investments? Do you have any knowledge about investments? Next question for those joining us online is, where did you get your money blueprint from? Where did you get your money blueprint from? Next question is, does your ideas around money match those in your circle? Does your ideas around money match those in your circle? And the last question is, do you own your own home? Do you own your own home? And then you need to list down 3 things you hope to learn from the Young Money Seminar. So right now, I'll just give you a few more minutes to fill out the form. God bless you. If you haven't received the sheet, if you could please raise your hands. If you haven't received the Young Money Blueprint sheet, please raise your hands and the ushers will get it to you. And also, if you don't have a pen, please raise your hands so an usher can get you a pen so you can fill out the form. For those of you just coming in, if you haven't received the Young Money Blueprint, please raise your hands so that you can be given a sheet of paper. So if you're joining us online, again, the questions are, what is your attitude towards money? What do you use money for? What do you think is wrong with how you spend money? How much do you have in savings? How do you manage your money? What form of assets do you own? Do you have any knowledge about investments? Where did you get your money blueprint from? Does your ideas around money match those in your circle? And lastly, do you own your own home? And then please list down 3 things you hope to learn from the Young Money Seminar. And ushers, could we please make sure that those coming in receive the Young Money Blueprint, please? And those of us just joining in, if you go to slido.com and enter the number 787416, that's 787416. You can ask your questions in Slido, and our guest speakers will do their best to answer your questions. That's slido.com's number 787416. So right now we're about to start the first session of the seminar, and I have the privilege of introducing our first speaker. Our first speaker, who is the host and convener of this seminar. Pastor Matthew is a recognized global leader and pioneer of wealth creation and wealth management. He is the founder and CEO of 10 profitable companies, including the UK's first church-owned television channel, KICC TV, which reaches 140 million homes across Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's stand up and give a warm welcome to our senior pastor, Pastor Matthew Ashimalo. Better than that, come on.
To see what we can cover, but We'd like to welcome every one of you. I want you to know that today is going to be like a shift in your mind, an eye-opening session, and a transformation to your mind, a transformation to everything that concerns you. One of the reasons for Young Money is because, particularly the community you come from, that's a challenge. How many of you knew that, not yesterday, but the previous Sunday, there was a rich list of the United Kingdom published? How many of you knew about it? Okay, a couple of hands. And I've followed the rich list for like 20 years. You hardly see anyone in our community in it. And often it's because people just do not know how to create wealth. So today we want to do what we can so that whatever challenges your parents went through, whatever blueprint was created for them, which they subsequently are passing on to us, we can rewrite the blueprint and not have to repeat our fathers, our mothers' mistakes, and also not have to repeat the challenges that they have known. Before I go on in my teaching this morning, how many of you are already in employment? Let me see your hand. You're already in employment? All right, a good number of you. How many of you are students? Let me see. Okay, a good number are students also. And we'd like you to know that we're probably going to have something like 1,500 online who are connecting from various campuses and from various nations. I think we have registration from close to 30 nations. But I want to start by taking you on a journey. That's the best way I want to do my teaching today. In the first session, I want to take you through why people are unable to create wealth. And in my last session, I'm going to take you through how. The two speakers in the middle will just show you some of the hows. The why will shift your mind and make you see why many people are where they are. Let us start by imagining that we're on a journey from London to Birmingham. London to Birmingham is something like, give and take, 120 kilometers. So that journey should take, if you're walking from London to Birmingham, how long do you think it would take? Walking from London to Birmingham, how long do you think it would take? I'd like someone to just guess. If you're walking, not driving, just take a guess. Shall we say, if you're doing something like, if it's 120 kilometers and you're doing 20, well, okay, you are young. You're doing 30 kilometers a day. That should take 4 days for you to reach Birmingham. I do 22 kilometers on the treadmill and in my walks. In recent time, I've done a lot of that. I went from 107 kilos to 81 kilograms. So the walk from London to Birmingham will take 4 days. If a person decides, I don't want to walk, I want to jump on a tractor, an agricultural tractor, from London to Birmingham. You know the tractor, the agricultural tractor, it's very slow. How long do you think it will take? It will probably take 24 hours. But then the third person decides, I want to go to Birmingham, but I don't want to walk. I don't want to drive the tractor. I want to go in a Mercedes McLaren. That would take probably an hour, 20 minutes, an hour, 30 minutes if you keep the speed limit. So today we want to show you, first of all, the reason why many people are on a slow lane to building wealth. The first is what many of us have been exposed to, and that is the person who is on the sidewalk from here to Birmingham. I'd like them to put that on the screen. It's going to show you how that many people already, by their DNA and by the way they are operating, they actually walk into wealth from here to Birmingham. And that's going to take forever. How do I know if you're a person walking to wealth? How will you know if you are walking to wealth? Number one, you blame circumstances for your troubles. If you go check some people, they blame all kinds of things for where they are when it comes to wealth creation. It's because of my race. It's because I have no degree. It's because of this. It's because I'm female. It's because I'm male. It's because I have no helper. So many people want to create wealth, but they are walking to the wealth zone. And they wonder why their life is the way it is. So, number two, they work hard for money. Whereas money doesn't go to the hardest worker. It goes to the smartest person. Money does not flow to the hardest worker. It flows to the person who's smart and knows how to attract it. Money must be magnetized. By the way, the reason for this teaching is, number one, in order for you to be able to create wealth, to change things for yourself, help your family, impact your society, your community, and for those of you who are in the church, for you to be able to bless the Lord, serve God with that which He has provided, and not have excuses. But you see, the reason many struggle is because they are on the sidewalk. And when you're on the sidewalk, it will take you forever to reach the place of wealth creation. Number three, they put a few more hours to make some more money. There are many people in our community who, in the words of Donna Summer, they are always working 9 to 5. Once it's closing time, they shut down their system, they shut down their lives, and they do not know how to take the extra hours they have to create maybe a side hustle, a side business, and make some more money. In other words, many people in our community have only thought of just their job as a source of wealth creation. They do not realize that the Bible actually says, by the way, I'm going to be using some things in the Bible to clarify. The Bible talks of the fact that the river in the Garden of Eden broke into 4. And the first one was called Gihon. The second one was called Pishon. The third one was called Hiddekel. And the fourth one was called Euphrates. So God creates Adam and Eve. He puts them in the garden. And then He puts 4 rivers for them. In other words, God was sending a message to man that one source is not enough. You've got to have 4 rivers bringing waters to your life. You've got to have multiple streams of water. If you don't have multiple streams, that's why you struggle at the end of every month. You find that people who are on the sidewalk, who depend on one salary, who have not learned the power of the 4 rivers, the power of multiple stream, they depend on one source. By the way, these 4 rivers even have a meaning. Gihon means sweet river. You need to have a source of income. It may not be much, but it is sweet. It always comes. Pishon means it's rapid like an arrow. You need a source of income that is like an arrow and it's always hitting the target. Hiddekel means rapidly rushing. But the biggest is the Euphrates, which is, it means to break. When you have a sudden financial breakthrough. The reason many people struggle in their finances, and I want you to know even at your age, unless you do something, if you keep walking, if you are still on the sidewalk, you will end up where people my generation ended, still saying, okay, I'm waiting for my pension. And by the time they are waiting for their pension, by the time they come, they are too old to enjoy the pension. Too many people are on the sidewalk. And instead of them to realize if God will give Adam, 4 rivers. God is saying one source is not enough. How many of you know the richest black man on earth? What's his name? Is there anyone who knows? Aliko Dangote. Do you know how many rivers he has? 63. 63. So you have a lot of Nigerian young musicians who are always singing, I want to be like Dangote. I want to be like this. But they have only one river. This man has 63. It is no longer about how much he needs to buy a car. It is about what impact he can make. He has 63 rivers. The river of sugar, the river of cement, the river of cement in Ghana and in Ivory Coast, the river of cement in Zambia. The river is now about to go to Egypt to start a cement factory. The river of cement in Sudan. And then he has the river of noodles, the river of oil and gas, the river of fertilizers. But many people do not realize if from day one all you do is to be on the sidewalk, you cannot create wealth. Let me take you quickly through this because I was only given 45 minutes for this first session. And in order for us to cover well, we need to be fast. So people on the sidewalk put a few more hours to make some more money, but that does not create wealth. They are a few paychecks away from broke. There are a few paychecks from broke. Let me tell you, if you cannot survive unemployment for more than 2-3 months until you have a crisis, you are a poor person. I think my microphone agreed. Many cannot survive more than 2 months without a salary. And at the same time, they try to impress friends, neighbors with the size of their car. There are a few paychecks from broke people on the sidewalk. And they don't realize that they are on the sidewalk. And very soon, they will find out they are on the journey to create wealth in a place called Birmingham, but they chose to walk. Most things they have are leased. They live in a leased house or rented house, a leased car, leased this. They sleep on a bed or buy now, pay later. They swim in an ocean of red. Their primary income is job. Job. That's their primary income. Their money, they just have some. The time, they do not live as if there is a tomorrow. They just live from day to day. Their destination and goal, none. People who are on the sidewalk are one step from financial disaster. You see, there's so much we could have taught you today. I just thought to take this analogy of 3 people on their way to a place of wealth called Birmingham. By the time I finish, you will know where you are and where you want to be. I hope I'm making sense. They have no financial plan. You find that there are several people, they have a plan. They have a plan as to what they want to study, their first degree, second degree, third degree, this and that. But they have no financial plan. They have no strategy for creating wealth. And they just see people who are creating wealth. And some of us even have a mindset of anger when we see people who have created wealth. And by the way, unless you change your mindset, no one can take you where you don't want to go. And one of the attitudes of people who are broke or don't have is anger at the presence of wealth. They find jobs that pay the most, people on the sidewalk, and they get excited. In fact, they come to church and give a testimony. Praise the Lord, I got a job, fantastic. It is paying better than the one I used to do. It's 20% extra. You are still a walker to Birmingham. So how many want to move away from this walking? Can I see your hand? You don't want to walk to Birmingham of wealth. Well, stay with me. These kind of guys, they enjoy life. They spend on anything they want. They carry iPhones. I'm not coming against your phone, but I'm just imagining if you who have such expensive phone and will spend £500 on phone calls, on data, and so on, if you put it in something like, well, we'll come to that, let me not rush you, because I know some of you are ready to begin to move in your mind. People on the sidewalk have no savings. Like I told you earlier, they are 2-3 months from financial challenge. This is not to embarrass you, but all eyes closed. If you have, all eyes closed, please. If you have more than £5,000 in your account, raise your hand. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, put your hands down. So in this whole crowd, we have 10 people who have more than £5,000 in their account. Even £5,000 or 10 is still not wealth. That shows you that you could be on the sidewalk on your way to Birmingham, and it's going to take you a long time, and by the time you're there, you're weary. People who are on the side, who are using the sidewalk to go to Birmingham, have no retirement plan. The only one they have is the one everybody is having for when they are 65. And I don't know if you know that the value of things have been washed away by inflation. And in fact, since the COVID-19, it's gotten worse. I used to just come visit the United Kingdom. I wasn't born here, but I moved and started living in the United Kingdom 34 years ago. But when I came to live in the United Kingdom 34 years ago, a loaf of bread was 18p. I don't know how much it is now. I think it's like 3 pounds. Am I correct? 2 pounds? Okay, 2 pounds. So 18 pence, 2 pounds, that's like how many percent increase? Man, that will be more than 200%. So over the years, inflation. So if you kept 18 pence somewhere and you thought you have money, you don't have money. You just have change. People on the sidewalk, they have only one source of income, salary. That's why that job must pay them or they are in trouble. They do not know how to create 4 rivers. Somebody say 4 rivers. Oh, I like to hear you say 4 rivers. Please, if you forget everything today, you must not forget this. If you only have one river flowing, you could be in trouble. 3 years ago, I went to speak in Botswana. And the church I was speaking for decided to fly me into Botswana from Johannesburg in a helicopter. An international flight in a helicopter was quite an interesting experience. So it meant that we were not too high up in the sky, not 6-7 miles like a jet will do. We were just like a mile. And one of the things I observed was so many big rivers, but dry. So if you have only one river, if it dries up, you're in trouble. You're on the sidewalk to Birmingham. Such people are held down by their mindset. They are held down by their mindset. There's so much to teach. I could just do a whole 6 hours on the mindset of the poor. The reason many people lack is not because there is lack around them. It is their mindset that's working against them. And some church people even think it's the devil, and the devil doesn't even know them. He doesn't even know their address. In fact, he doesn't fight them. The devil has never come to their house before. This is not a theological class, but I can prove to you that many people who think the devil is attacking them, he doesn't know them. They are not his size. They are not. Satan has only fought 3 people or 4 in the Bible who are his level. Adam, Job, Jesus. That's all. No one else. So many people blame devil, they blame witches in their village. And mindset, once your mind is set like concrete, is very difficult. But today we hope that you will have a mind shift. How many of you are ready for a mind shift? Now listen, I don't want cold people. I want people who are excited that they want to create wealth. If you are really excited, I'd like to see your hand. So when I speak, I want you to get excited. Even though we didn't charge you, this is a conference that you should pay £2,000 per head. Because what we're doing to you is what will change your life forever. Some of you will meet me in many years to come and you will say, thank you, you delivered me from what held my fathers down. Because what I'm teaching you today, I wish my father knew what I'm teaching you, because he didn't know. He was on his walk to Birmingham of wealth and he never arrived there. And you see, when people walk on the when they're on the sidewalk to Birmingham of wealth and they can't get there because it is holding them, they now try shortcuts, lottery. My father tried gambling, and that's where he spent most of his money. So shall we go to the next one? If the second people are those who are not now using the sidewalk, but they are on the slow lane. What did we say the man on the slow lane was driving? I didn't hear you. Please speak out loud. He's driving a tractor. I have a farm in Africa. I have a rice farm of 100 acres, and we have tractors there. And the tractor, when you are inside it and it's driving, is shaking and going at 5 miles to 10 miles per hour. So if it is going at 10 kilometers per hour and it is going to Birmingham 120 kilometers, how long will it take? 10 in 120 will be how many? 12 hours. So the man who walked took him how many days? 4 days. The person who is now on a tractor going to Birmingham of wealth, it would take him 12 hours. The people on the slow lane, this is the most dangerous of all of it. And it is where many of our parents are. That's why we got you to come here. And I'm going to be strong in my language so you can wake up. Because some of you are here like, well, let him impress me. I have much I could have done today. And you are not paying me to do anything for you. I just want you to get into a place where your life changes. So you need to wake up, shake yourself up, and get ready to change your life. How many are ready to change their life? How many are ready to move into wealth? So get ready. On this slow lane is many of our parents. What do we have as characteristic of slow lane people? One, they have a financial plan. Yeah, they have a financial plan. Because they have first degree, they have second degree, they have an MBA. Number two, they are focused on developing a career. So they chose, they are doctors, they are nurses, they are accountants, but they are on a slow lane to wealth creation. They will take retirement at 65 to have a pension that is something like £500,000. I'm not even sure if there are many of those people who have a pension of £500,000. By the time I finish with you, I'd like to see some of you in the next 3 to 7 years, you will be a millionaire. Are you ready? I'd like you to scream, I'm ready. All right. People who are on a slow lane, and I tell you, I've gone around the world, I've been to about 40, 50 nations, I've spoken in all those places. I see a lot of people. People in this place, they are so comfortable. They don't know they are on a slow lane. They don't know they're driving a tractor and they are not doing as well as they think they are. Number four, they work hard and invest 10% of their income so they can retire at 65. They invest only 10% of their income so they can retire at 65. But some of the guys whom you are hearing their names today who have created so much wealth, created it as millennials like you. Bill Gates was a millennial when he became a billionaire. Elon Musk was a millennial when he created wealth. Who else? Jeff Bezos, millennial like you when he created wealth. Zuckerberg is still a millennial, created wealth. If they waited for 10% put towards their retirement, they will continue to be on the slow lane. And look at me, you are putting 10% away. Inflation is also washing it away. By the time you reach that age, the money is not delivering to them what they thought it would deliver. Number 4, they work hard and invest 10%. Number 5, they use debt to finance a few things but still live below their means. So their house is on a mortgage, 25 years. They're servicing the mortgage. The car is leased. Everything around them, they are using debt to service their life. There are 2 kinds of debt. We'll see it in the course of our teaching today. There's commercial debt, which you can use to create wealth, but there's the debt you should get out of. Many of you who are already working, who graduated from university, one of the worst things that happened to you was that you took student loan and you didn't even realize. How many of you have student loan to pay? See some hands. How many of you have as much as £20,000 to pay? 10,000? 30,000? Student loan. So you started your journey on an ocean of red ink. On an ocean of red ink. But you'll be delivered by the time we finish with you today. I hope this is helping you. And you know we are happy. Okay, it's just student loan. Ash, imagine that £20,000. Putting it in S&P 500. That is putting money in stocks and shares, but you are not the one studying the stocks and shares. You go to the people who will help you to do it and put it in Standard and Poor. 10,000, 1,000 every month or 500 every month. Just taking 1,000 every month and putting away or 500 every month. At the end of 20 to 30 years, because of compounded interest, you become a millionaire. But let's stay where we're teaching this morning. Number 6, they work overtime to save more. They do more work, but still work. It's still the same place. They are on the slow lane. Number 7, they play safe. They do not take risk in order for them to be free. They don't know how to put their money in a place that is compounded. The reason I took this method to teach you today is because if you can just get this image in your head, you can make up your mind, I don't want to live on the sidewalk. I don't want to follow the slow lane. I want the fast lane. Number 8, they have money management skills. These guys, they're trying. They have money management skills, but they can only manage the little that comes to their hand. Number 9, they use financial asset to grow money. They use financial asset to grow money. In other words, they put their money in some assets, in some places. They want a return on investment. But they are likely to be millionaires in when? 30 to 40 years. And listen, part of the reason why, now we're in church, part of the reason why God wants to bless your hand is so you can make a difference, so you can touch the world. Not every one of us is a gifted artist who can sing and people will buy your records. Not everyone can play soccer. But do you know that wherever you are, there is a grace and a gift in you that you can use to create wealth? There are things people are doing today to create wealth, and you will be the next on that line. So get ready. So you see, the man on the slow lane, he's doing some things very well. However, it will take him 30 to 40 years to have a savings of £1 million. And that will be very tough, because the reason he's even able to get $1 million by the time it's done 30 to 40 years is because of the savings and some of the investments he has done. Other than that, if you're on a salary in the United Kingdom of £30,000, it would take you, that is £30,000 per year, it would take you 30 32 to 33 years before you are paid £1 million. If you're on a salary of £30,000. It will take 32 to 33 years before they pay you £1 million. But these guys, they are on the slow lane. Primary income, they are hired by the highest companies, but they are selling their time. I like you to say selling their time. Oh, please say it louder. Selling their time. They're selling their time, man. I hope you go to our website, which is the Money Masterclass, and you'll find when you join the Money Masterclass, part of what we'll teach you is never sell your time. Never sell time. This is the biggest challenge of humanity. When you sell your time, people have bought you. Never sell your time. But these guys are selling their time. That's why they're on a slow lane. Because the person who employed them in that Fortune 500 company can only pay them according to the time they are giving the company. Whereas wealth is created not by the time you gave the company, but by your own ability to do something different. These guys, the money they have, some savings. They have some savings. The destination and goal, they just want to be comfortable. They don't want to create wealth. They just want to be comfortable. Their retirement, 65. And what do they do with their time? They trade it for money. That's what universities prepared you for, to trade your time for money. And that's why you find that if your employer tells you to jump, you have to ask them how high. Because you have been trained to trade your time. And nobody who wants to create wealth can just stay in the place of trading time. They are on the slow lane, and slow lane is mediocrity, because salary is bound to the time you can sell. Salary is bound to the time you can sell. So you have to sell time to get money. You have to sell time to get money. And you must go to school. You must get this degree, that degree to increase your value, the kind of time you can sell. You must get a lot of education. And you know, in our community, because our parents were raised and told if you study, you will not be in poverty, they pass the same thing to us. In fact, the most educated person in some local governments here in the United Kingdom is the black person. But all the training prepares you to live where? Huh? You're not talking to me. I haven't started. I'm not hard yet. Oh, by the time I finish, some of you will be wobbly when you are going home. You want to see this third part? How many want to see the fast lane? Because some of you are saying, look, all this one you are saying, I want to know the fast lane. How many want to know the fast lane? All right, let's go to the fast lane. Let's go to the fast lane. Sidewalk, slow lane, now the fast lane. What do the people on the fast lane do? How come you went to school with somebody and within a short time you're hearing about them and they are at another level? What did they do different? Number one, they focus on maximizing their earning. So they skip so they focus on maximizing their earnings to skip the first 20 to 30 years of sitting down, following that process, going to pension. No. What they do is from day one, they create rivers. They create rivers. How many rivers did I say is in the Bible? 4 rivers. They create rivers. Another place I'd like to show you quickly. Don't forget these 4 rivers, 4 rivers, 4 rivers. The second thing is 3. 3. 3. In the book of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 28, verse 5 to 12. It talks of 3 ways you can handle money. The first one is God said he will bless the work of your hand. The second one, God said he will bless your basket. The third one, God said he will bless your storehouse. If you are on a salary, that's work of hand. If you have a basket, that's a small business, SME, small and medium enterprise. If you have the warehouse, that means you have hired 20 people, 50 people, 60 people. That is the warehouse level. But look at our community. Look at our community. How many people have an SME? Small and medium enterprise. And it's in the Bible, Deuteronomy 28, verse 5 to 12. It says, you bless the work of your hand, your basket, or your storehouse. And many people, they stay in the work of hand, which is the slow lane. Work of hand. Also, side work is work of hand. SME is small or medium enterprise. It is your own business, but it may also limit you. It may also limit you, so you've got to move. Somebody say, I'm moving. Oh, come and say it loud, I'm moving. So the fast lane people, the next thing they do is, number 3, they don't settle for a safe life. Rather, they focus on achieving goals. They focus on achieving goals. If you just slide into the way the older generation have done things, you'll be waiting for pension. But if you decide, I want to create wealth, I want to make a difference, I want to make an impact. Listen, this is the generation that is more awash with wealth, with money, with opportunities than any generation since man was created. Will you sit and watch, or will you be part of the process of creating? You have to make that decision. So, on the fast lane, number 4, they believe that the more they learn, the more they will make. The more they learn, the more they will make. In other words, they invest. They invest. We have people on the Money Master class who pay very much every month to just be at the class, and they've had their mind shifted. I remember one medical doctor, an Indian, he said, nobody. He said, I'm close to 60. Nobody told me the things you are saying. How come they are silent about it? And I said, it's like there's a code of silence among the wealthy that says, Mom, don't say anything. Don't tell anyone. So, it's not just what you read. It is what is informing your mind to create wealth that matters. Number 5, they believe there is money everywhere. No limit to how much they can make. And so they do not use time to make money, but use it to create and build assets that bring income. They believe their financial life. So they do not sell their time. Rather, they believe that there's money everywhere. So they create systems that make money to flow to them. They don't sell their time. Their time is too valuable to them. Let me ask you a question. How many of you have ever bought, maybe even if it's just chicken in McDonald's? Let me see your hand. So many hands. Everybody. Then, let me ask you another question. How many of you have ever met the founders of McDonald's? Nobody. But do you know that just the United Kingdom alone, there are 1,300 McDonald's franchises? If the guy who started McDonald's sat in the same place flipping burgers, you won't be able to eat it because it will be limited to one place. I was in the United States, and McDonald's 3 years ago were celebrating 99 billion burgers they've sold so far. So those companies you know of, McDonald's, KFC, etc. They don't sell their time. They create systems. They create automation so that the same idea that went from them is multiplied everywhere at the same time. But many of our parents are here, staying on the same spot, don't know how to create systems that multiply themselves. And that's what we're going to be teaching you the rest of today. That's where we want to push you so you can create wealth. Are you getting something so far? Number 6, or let me stay in number 5. They believe money is everywhere. No limit to how much they can make. They do not use their time to make, they do not use their time to make money, but they use it to create and build assets that bring income. They also believe their financial life is their responsibility. They don't wait on an employer, so they create rivers. Because look at me. If you have 4 rivers bringing water to your funnel, and you have one other person who has 1 river bringing water to his funnel, if his river dries, he'll be in trouble. He'll go looking for uncles. You go looking for people to help him. But if you have 4 rivers, if one of them were to dry up, the other 3 still keep flowing. They keep flowing. That's what the people on the fast lane to Birmingham of wealth have done. That's where many who have created wealth are. So all those guys who sing, there's one girl who sings, Dangote does not have 2 heads. So-and-so does not have 2 heads. I want to be a billionaire. She will continue to be on the sidewalk if she does not change and move to the fast lane. Talk is cheap. And let me even shock you. I've been a pastor 47 years, and I'm the only one who have published a prayer Bible. But let me tell you, wealth is not just a product of prayer. It's a product of wisdom. Many people in our community are waiting for some sudden, boom, the thing to happen. So they remain on the sidewalk and they keep singing to themselves, I know my Lord will make a way for me, instead of them to change their lane. Some also on the slow lane. The slow lane people are the most self-deceiving. Why? This is where middle class people live. You see, there are 4 kinds of people: poor, middle class, rich, and wealthy. Poor, middle class, rich, and wealthy. Middle class people have a nice car. They have a mortgage house. They have a title, doctor so-and-so. This one is a pharmacist. That one is a nurse. This one is an accountant. But they're on the slow lane. It will take them 65 years to create wealth. Number 6, the people on the fast lane create passive cash flow for life. I like you to say passive. Or say it louder, passive. Please say it one more time, passive. The greatest way to make money is passive income. The one that is making money while you are not there. That is a passive income. When you are on the slow lane, you have to be there for them to pay you. No work, no pay. But passive income, you have your money. Maybe you went into real estate. Mr. Tomi Ashimlo will talk about real estate. I don't know what he's going to teach. I didn't even ask him what his notes is. But in the Money Master class, if you ever register there, we take people through how to buy the first property, second property, third property, and scale it. Because today in the Western Hemisphere, United Kingdom, United States of America, across the Western Hemisphere, it is very difficult to create wealth except you have a fantastic idea. The other places to create wealth is real estate and investment in bonds, shares. I know some of you will say cryptocurrency. I still have heebie-jeebies inside me about cryptocurrency, so I might not talk about it. Unless you ask me questions about it, then I'll tell you where I stand. But it looks like current situation is justifying my stand. It's been, I'm one of those I like to see where the money is going. On my 10-pound note, it says, we promise to pay the bearer 10 pounds. It means that the queen is committed. On my 20 pounds note, it says, we promise to pay the bearer 20 pounds. There's nobody to hold with cryptocurrency. That's my problem. Maybe one day I will change. Number 7, I hope you got the one about passive. It's a whole teaching in itself, passive income. Someone say passive. Say louder, passive. I don't want to give you every insight on my passive income, but let me just give you one. Every morning, I have a bureau de change in Africa. Every morning they go to 2 days a week now because there's not much travel. So they've cut it down to 2 days a week. So 2 days a week, my bureau de change goes to the central bank, buys dollars and sells to travelers. So there is profit every day. I don't even know the staff. I just had a good COO to manage it. So every day, money is coming from that passive income. I have a bookstore in Africa. We could open chains of bookstores. If I had done that, there'd be passive coming from all the stores. I have a farm. I have 3 farms. I have a rice farm. I have a banana farm and a palm tree farm. So it means without being there, you have farmers, you have passive. That's just an illustration of passive income. There are several other passives. For example, you took your money, you bought shares and stocks. As the company goes up, you are making money. And then if your investment and profit is reinvested, it means it is being compounded every month, every month. In fact, I asked somebody the other day, take £100 every week and put in S&P 500. How much will it be? I think I asked a person to do 20 years, and it was more than £1.4 million. Whereas, you have parents who are working so hard, living on the slow lane, and they will not have £1 million. Number 9, they enjoy their youth while growing wealth, because they know that if they have passive income, if they invest in a certain way, if they get into real estate, if they get into stocks and shares, they get into passive income, there will be wealth created faster than the people on the sidewalk. People on the sidewalk are not even creating any wealth. People on the slow lane are creating, but it will take 40 years to have what they think is wealth. And by that time, they are tired. Number 9 says they enjoy their youth while growing wealth. The time of the person on the fast lane is their highest value. The time for the man on the sidewalk is there is no tomorrow. Therefore, he just lives from day to day struggling, and he says the struggling continues. The time for the man on the slow lane, his time is sold to get money. He sells time to get money. So some of you are happy. I work for Stanley and Morgan. I work for Goldman Sachs. You are selling time. You are still selling time. Then they give you a title, Vice President for, what shall we say now? Whatever. You are still selling time. But when you're on the fast lane, you are creating the wealth yourself In fact, very soon you sack your employers because your various sources of income is increasing and you needed to now focus on your business. That's where I want to take you today. Your primary income, business investment. Your determination and destination to create passive income and create wealth. So, we could take you through so many other things, but I thought to start with this journey. Sidewalk, slow lane, fast lane. If you shift in your mind from today to make up your mind and say, I don't want to stay on the slow lane. I don't want to stay on the sidewalk. I want to be a wealth creator. You can experience change and you can truly create wealth. How many of you got something out of this first session? Let me see your hand. All right? So please, you got to realize there has to be a mind shift. Nobody can take you where you do not want to go. You have to be passionate, you have to be hungry, and you have to desire to move to the place you heard us talk about in this session. Thank you very much.
Speakers will do their best to answer your questions. So our next speaker happens to be my blood brother. He's a mortgage and protection broker. Tommy has years of experience within the financial sector. He is passionate about teaching wealth creation and management. He is an advocate for wealth creation through property and stock investment. Let's make some noise for Tommy Ashimalo as he comes up. Come on, make some noise.
You wanted to have a lie-in, but you're here, you're ready to receive some good advice. I do applaud you for it. I know you probably had other plans, but I do thank God and appreciate that you all came through today, and I can promise you whatever you receive today will be sweeter than the sleep that you've missed, okay? So just be open-minded and take in the information because it will definitely benefit you. Just before I start, I do want to use this opportunity to thank Pastor Matthew and Pastor Yemisi for giving me this platform to be able to deliver my expertise and my knowledge around property investment. So I do hope that you can take something away from this, even if it's just one thing that will help you on that journey to wealth creation. Another term we use a lot is generational wealth creation. That is what we are aiming to do. A lot of the time when I speak to people about generational wealth creation, they're like, but why is it about what I leave for my kids and their kids? What about myself? As I always say, it's all about balance. So obviously, you want to create wealth for your family, but you also want to enjoy yourself as well. So without further ado, I'm just going to get straight into the presentation, if we can just put that up on the screen. Okay, perfect. So the presentation is property ownership without sweat. So the first thing I'm going to do, if we can move to the next slide, is just run through some wealth statistics. You probably know these statistics if you saw a recent report which was delivered by the Office of National Statistics. So in terms of property ownership, only 30% of blacks in the UK own their own property. This stat just below that is the one that shocked me the most. In the last 2 years, in terms of what people have left in inheritance for their family, the average white British person left £3,068. Indian heritage left £1,958. Black Caribbean ethnicity left £778. Black African ethnicity left £0 and 0 pence. I'm not gonna lie, when I saw that stat, I literally just dropped my phone because I couldn't literally digest that information. But this is currently the state in which we are, hence why we're having this seminar, of course. Also, as you can see, black male graduates can expect to earn 17% less than their white counterparts. So all this information isn't to make anyone feel bad, it's just to kind of set the scene as to where we stand and what we need to do going forward. Okay, if we can just move to the next slide. Okay, so again, Pastor Matthew went through this slide in one of the services a couple of weeks ago. So in terms of property ownership, I don't know if it's clear for you, but that first slide is basically showing you the median value of family property wealth in the UK. So at the top you can see in terms of Indian heritage, they've got a median value of 176,000. So that's in terms of the equity that they own in their property. So when you line up every person of Indian heritage from zero equity to the highest, when you meet in the middle at the median, it comes to 176,000. White British, 115,000. Pakistani heritage, 150,000. Let's go all the way down. Black Caribbean, 0. Black African, 0. Again, this isn't to discourage anyone, it's just to kind of say the state of play that we're currently in. When you look at wealth overall, and not just looking at property wealth, when you look at investment, savings, again, looking at the average, you can see when it comes to Black Caribbean and Black African, we're pretty much at the bottom of the food chain. So what I'm hoping at the end of today, or at least with this presentation, is that our mindsets change when it comes to property investment, and that we take that step, to get onto the property ladder, which I'm aiming to help you with. Okay, if we could just move to the next slide, please. Okay, so just before I get into this, how many people own their own properties? How many people own their own properties? Okay, it's just so I know the direction in which to steer this presentation. So what I'll do is I'll just break down what is a mortgage. I know some of us might already know what a mortgage is, but I'll just break down what is a mortgage. Essentially, it's just a loan secured on your property. So you have this loan secured on your property, you pay a deposit, usually around 10%, and then every month you're paying off the capital and you're paying off interest until you eventually own the property outright. Okay, so as you're paying the capital, you're paying the interest, over time, you're hoping that your property appreciates in value and then your equity increases. A question I always get asked a lot of the time is, why do I need to take out a mortgage when I can just rent? Like, why do I need the extra expenses? What I always say to them is, would you rather pay your own mortgage, own a property at the end of that period, or would you rather pay off someone else's mortgage? Because when you're renting, that's literally what you're doing. You're paying off someone else's mortgage, or you're paying them into their pension, or you're paying for their next holiday. That's pretty much where it is. I know obviously when it comes to owning a property, there are costs involved, but when you balance it out, at mortgage, having a mortgage and renting, having a mortgage and paying it off smartly would always be the better option for you. Okay, if we just move on to the next slide. Okay, so what I want to do here is kind of just break down the steps you need to take in order to get your first property. I'm keeping it simple and concise just so you can all take it in. So the first thing you need to do is understand what are the options that are available to you. So there's different type of mortgages and there's different type of rates. So in its simplest form, you've got a capital repayment mortgage. That's where you're paying the capital and you're paying the interest. So at the end of the mortgage term, you own the property outright. You've got interest only, where you're literally just paying the interest, and then at the end of the term, you have to pay that large lump sum off at the end of the term. That's usually for people that are purchasing second homes or investment properties. Alongside that, you've got different rate types. So the two most common are fixed rates, where you're paying a fixed amount every month for a certain duration of time. And then you've got a tracker rate, which tracks the Bank of England base rate. So it can go up or it can go down. Okay, if we move on to the next slide. So after you've kind of done your research, you understand the different type of rates, the different type of mortgages, the next thing you would look into do is to get a decision in principle, also known as an agreement in principle. Why do you need to do this? So this agreement in principle is basically telling you how much you can borrow. So what do they look at when you go to a bank or a broker to ask them to borrow money? So they're going to take into account what your salary is. So if you're buying a property alone or as a couple, they're going to usually give you between 4 and 5 times your salary. So that's how they usually work out what they can give you. Obviously, there's other variables that will come into play and may influence what they can borrow you. Okay, so after you've got that decision in principle, which usually lasts for a couple of months, it's an indicative figure to confirm what the bank can borrow you. The next step is to look for the property. So the best way to find and look for a property is online. You can plan viewings. So there's a lot of resources out there for you to look into. If we just move on to the next slide. Okay, so the next step after that is to apply for a mortgage. So there's 2 ways you can do it. You can go to a bank or you can go to a broker. What I always tell people is it makes more sense to go to a broker. The reason being is if you go to your bank, they can only give you mortgages that they have. So they can only give you the mortgages that they have within the bank. Whereas if you go to a broker, it's tailored advice for your specific needs. So they can look at usually the whole of market. So that's 60 plus lenders. So at least you know you're getting impartial advice and you're literally getting a tailor-made mortgage solution for yourself rather than your bank just giving you their best product. Because if you look at, for instance, home insurance or car insurance, you're not just going to go with your bank. You're going to go and compare the market or money supermarket, and you're going to find the best insurance quote. So why not do that with the biggest form of financial commitment you're probably going to have in your life, in the mortgage, okay? So alongside that, what you also need to do is find legal representation. So you need to get a conveyancer. So they handle all the legal work. What I usually say to clients is go to a family member or a friend and get a recommendation in terms of who you should use. That's usually the best way in regards to getting representation. Also, the next step, you need to get a valuation on the property. So there's 3 types of valuations. Usually it's just a standard valuation. After that, you've got a home buyer's report. So that's usually for properties less than 100 years old. And then you've got a full building survey for properties that are slightly older than 100 years. So they'll pick up any form of fault on the property. So you're not buying a property that has any issues whatsoever. Okay, so the next step after that, so after you've done the application, you've been to the bank or the broker, they've assessed your application based on your income, they'll give you an offer document to say, yep, based on everything you've provided, we're happy to give you a mortgage, okay? So this offer document lasts for 6 months and it's legally binding. You can get the mortgage and you can potentially move into the property. So after that, what happens is there'll be legal work which will be taking place. Again, it's your solicitor that will handle all the legal work involved in the purchase of the property. So after that, it's exchange of contracts. So this is the point in which it's the point of no return, basically. That's the term we use within the mortgage world. So once you exchange contracts, you're legally binded into that agreement to purchase the property. And then usually 1 to 2 weeks after that, it's the completion. So that's when you actually move into the property. You have your home insurance sorted out, any protection and everything sorted out. So everyone's journey is different when it comes to property investment, but this is usually the basic format. So what I do get asked a lot is what are the different type of schemes involved when it comes to purchasing a property. So these are the 3 main ones. I'm sure some of you might know of these ones. The first one is the Help to Buy scheme. So this has been reintroduced last month. It's where you put down a 5% deposit, and then the government can give you a maximum loan of up to 20%. There's just a couple of things you need to be aware of when it comes to this. It's only for new build properties, and it's only for first-time buyers. So previously, when there was a Help to Buy scheme, it was literally for people buying a second properties, and it was any type of property, not just new builds, but now it's only for new build properties, and it's properties up to a maximum of 600K. So what you've also got is a right to buy. So this is where eligible council and housing association tenants can buy their council property. So again, you might be aware of this. The discounts are usually up to 50% for flats, 35% for houses. And it all depends on how long you've lived at the property. It's usually between 3 to 5 years. If you've lived there, then you're eligible for the discount. What some people try to do or think they can do is, okay, let me buy the property at a discounted rate and then flip the property, take all the profit. Obviously, the government are not stupid. They're not going to let you do that. So if you do try and resell the property within 5 years, you do have to pay back the discount. So just be mindful of that. Another mortgage scheme is the shared ownership scheme. So this is where you buy a percentage of the property, usually between 25 to 75%, and then you pay rent alongside that. So the good thing about shared ownership, especially for young first-time buyers, is that it gives you an opportunity to own a percentage of the property, and then as your salary and everything increases, you can then move up to a different scale, so 25, 50, 75%. Okay, so when viewing a property, what should I look out for? So these are the common things that I discuss with my clients when we're discussing the purchasing the property. So obviously when you're looking at a property, sometimes you can just go in there and you're just amazed at the property, you fall in love with it, you're thinking about what you can do in the property. But what you need to consider is, does it fit your criteria? Do I have enough of a budget to fix up the property based on its current state? So you need to take that into consideration. Also, a thing that a lot of people miss in the early stage is the inspections that are needed for windows and doors. This might seem like a little thing, but if the property you're looking to purchase doesn't have the right certification, down the line, this could cost you thousands of pounds in terms of replacing windows and doors if it doesn't have the FENSA certificate. Oftentimes, solicitors do miss this as well, so that's definitely something you should bear in mind. Again, also electrics. Has the property had the right electric inspection in the last 5 years? You need to ensure that you have done your research around that. Also, ask the vendor for the reason for the sale. This is something, again, that people miss because depending on the reason for the sale, this could actually draw out the process for you. So, for instance, if someone's going through a separation, that could take 4, 5, 6 months because they're going through court, they're trying to iron things out and see how the future's going to be for them. Also, probate as well. That can take anything from 6 months to 18 months. So, of course, just look out for those telltale signs. Okay, so what can stop me getting a mortgage? Some of the obvious things are bad credit history, not having enough credit history, large amounts of debt. So, for instance, if you've got a credit card and it's got like a 20 grand limit, you might think, yeah, I got a 20 grand credit card, I'm forming, I'm doing well in life. But what people don't know is, even if you don't use that 20K, the bank will see that as you've used it already. So if you know you're not going to use it, have a decent sized credit card, maybe £500, £1,000, rather than a big limit just to stun. Also, if you buy a property of non-standard build, this can affect you getting a mortgage. If we just move on to the next slide. Okay, so I'm just going to take it one step further to investment properties. So what is the usual criteria when it comes to investment properties? So usually you need to have a salary of at least 25,000, minimum deposit of 25%. So you need to put a deposit of 25% and then a mortgage of 75%. Minimum age of 18. Usually you need to own your own property, whether it's mortgaged or unencumbered. That basically means you own the house without any mortgage. And then what you've got here is just a typical example of how they assess your rental, how they assess whether you can have the mortgage or not. Because when it comes to buy-to-lets, it's based on rental income, not your personal income, other than obviously having a salary of at least 25%. So the reason why they do this, so they know in a worst-case scenario, if the rent was to fluctuate, it will still be affordable. So that's how they do the assessment for investment properties. Okay, so again, a big question that's always asked, how profitable is an investment property? So again, it comes down to how much research you do, how committed you are to actually, making money from properties. So there's two ways you can get income from an investment property. The first one is rental yield. So this is what your tenants pay in rent minus any maintenance or running costs. And you've also got capital growth. So that's the long-term increase in the property value. When you sell it, you pay your capital gains tax and then you take your profit. So these are the two ways that you can earn money through an investment property. It would probably make sense if you're building up a portfolio is to do it in two, as in to incorporate both the rental yield and the capital growth, just so you kind of diversify your risk. Okay, some tips when it comes to investment properties. Always consider putting the properties in a limited company. So this is something that a lot of people don't know about. Because if you have it in your personal name, which obviously is great and you would want, you could be paying tax up to 40-45% depending on what you earn in terms of a salary. And the more properties you add, obviously the amount of money you pay will be even more in terms of tax. But if you have it in a limited company, you're always going to pay corporation tax at the same level, even if you have 20 buy-to-lets, which is currently 19%. But is due to increase to 25%. But even if you look at that perspective, it's still less than what you'll pay if it's in your own name. So definitely take that into consideration if you're looking at investment properties. Also, make sure you're looking at the right areas in terms of where to buy a property. That's where a lot of people fail. They just think, okay, yeah, I just want to own a property, and just so they can say they own a property. But you need to know about that area. You need to do your research. Does it suit me as an investor? Am I able to go to the property to make sure everything's in place? If you know you're not that type of person, do you need something closer to home? So all of these things you need to take into consideration. Okay, so always haggle over prices. So whenever someone's selling a property, they're going to sell it at the highest point, but there's always room to maneuver. Don't just accept it because you fell in love with the property. Okay, and also consider refurbishing the property in order to increase both the value and the rental yield. Okay, so yeah, if we move on to the next slide. So what do tenants want? So as investors, a lot of the time we're just thinking about making money, but we don't actually take into account what do investors want. So I did some research on what do tenants actually want when they're looking to rent a property. So this is focused more towards if you're looking to invest in a flat rather than a house. So if you're looking to invest in a flat for the working professionals, these are the top amenities that they look for. So you've got ensuite bathroom, dedicated secure parking. But what actually was the most surprising one was the concierge service, because in this day and age of online shopping, and if you're at work, people want to make sure that there's a concierge that can take their deliveries. So usually that's a make or break for some people. Then you've got weekly cleaning, high-end kitchen appliances, and gym access as well. Okay. Again, some things to consider. I know I'm kind of going through at quite a pace, it's just so I can cover everything. So what I always say to people is make sure you have a property mentor or money mentor, someone you can look up to who's in that position of owning properties already, owns their first house. Have someone that you can, shadow if they go into their property. There's someone there that can guide you. Accountability groups. I know everyone here uses WhatsApp. Have an accountability group, bounce off each other. If you've got any ideas and you want your friends or colleagues to know about anything you're doing in terms of property, reach out to them through these groups. Also create a reading list. Have a list of books that are going to benefit you in terms of property investment. Property investment fund. Set aside a certain amount of money every month to go towards property investments. What I would also say is establish what type of investor you are. The reason why I say this is because depending on the type of investor you are would determine whether you're going to purchase flats or you're going to purchase houses. What you need to know is, again, if it's a house, am I happy with the different type of maintenance costs that are going to be involved? Or do I prefer to just have a lower startup cost than you invest in flats? Because obviously they're more likely to be new builds and they have their warranties as well. So do your research, understand the differences between the houses and flats, and see which one suits you. Also take into account the costs involved when it comes to investing in property. So rent insurance, landlord insurance, because what a lot of people don't realize is when you have an investment property, you have tenants sometimes that are not going to pay for 6 months, 12 months, and you can't just rock up to the house and kick them out. It doesn't work like that. So there's insurances you can have in place to ensure that, especially through COVID, if someone's lost their job, they're unable to, to pay their rent, you've got something in place. Again, this is something a lot of people miss. And also, as I said before, get referrals when it comes to solicitors, builders, so you know the quality of the work that they're going to provide. Okay, so just when it comes to recommended reading, I like to, whenever I do a presentation, just let people know the different type of books that I read, just to kind of keep my mind ticking over. So you've got the Complete Guide to Property Investing when it comes to investment properties by Rob Dix. You've got All About Buy-to-Let Properties by Peter J. Howe. So definitely try and look into these 2 books. They've definitely helped me a lot. What I've also left is my contact information. So if you need a copy of this presentation, just reach out to me. I'll be happy to send that across to you guys. Or if you need any advice or you're actually in a position where you're looking to move forward with a property, reach out to me. Let's talk and see how I can be of assistance. So that's pretty much the presentation. But what I also wanted to do is, which is slightly away from the whole mortgage side of things, is just explain some of the investments that I would recommend, that I do as a young millennial. So I just want to encourage people, do look at stocks and shares. Also look at things like drop shipping. So if you're someone that's into e-commerce, you're quite a creative person, you want to sell products. A lot of people, they want to sell online, but then they go and buy a lot of stock, and then they don't know how to market their products, and then they lose out. So definitely look into drop shipping, because you don't hold any physical stock. So that's something I would recommend. Also, again, as I said, stocks, especially dividend stocks, because you don't only get the increase in the stock, you also get a dividend that's paid usually quarterly or yearly. So yeah, that's pretty much my presentation. I hope you've received something from it. What I'm going to do is just run through some questions from Slido. So let's just pick out 1 or 2 things. Okay, let's see. Okay, someone's asked, what is the best mortgage rate for youngsters? So there isn't anything specific for youngsters, I would say. I believe that's probably someone that's watching online. There isn't any specific best rates. The key thing, as I said, is reaching out to a broker as opposed to going to your bank, because they can look at the whole of market. So they look at all of the high street banks and all the private lenders as well. That's probably your best option, and then they'll find something that's tailored to your specific needs. Okay, let's see if there's any other ones. Okay, so someone's asking, do you recommend making use of the government scheme like Help to Buy, which only requires a 5% deposit? I mean, what I would always encourage people to do is, if you can put more of a deposit down, put more. It always makes sense to put more, because you own more of the property at that point in time. But if you're in a position where you've only got 5%, it's still better than nothing. So do take advantage of the Help to Buy scheme. One thing I would say about the Help to Buy scheme is, that a lot of people don't know, is if you are using the government's 20% equity, if the property increases in value, that 20% isn't of the original purchase price, it's of the actual value at that point in time. So you can actually end up paying the government more than the initial amount. So again, it just comes down to research when it comes to that. How do I get my second property? Just as I've alluded to in the presentation, the key thing is getting on the property ladder, owning your first property, build up your equity. As you build up your equity, you can then release that equity and purchase another property, which would then be an investment property. and then you can earn rental yield or capital gain from that. Okay, let me take another question. And again, just as I'm looking through this, if anyone's got any questions that they kind of want to ask in confidence, just send an email to me and I'll reach out to you if you don't want to ask it within this format. Okay. Okay, so how would you navigate finding a property if your income is low but have a decent deposit? Okay. It's a tricky one because income, especially when it comes to residential properties, is literally your bread and butter. Income is how they assess what they can give to you. So even if you've got a decent deposit, if that deposit isn't enough to supplement what you're borrowing, then you're going to find yourself in a sticky situation. So it may be the case that you need to actually work on your income so it's at the same level as your deposit, and then make that jump into owning the property. Let's take a couple more. Okay, should you take out a loan to purchase your first property? Well, it's pretty much illegal. You can't take out a loan to purchase a property. A lot of people do it, so they'll take out a personal loan for 20K and they'll put that down as a deposit, but you're not allowed to do that legally. In saying that, if you were to do it, would they find out? Probably not, but it's not something I can really encourage, because if you have to take out a loan to purchase a property, what you have to ask yourself is, are you actually ready to purchase the property? So it's not something I would advise. Someone said, what is a remortgage? Okay, so a remortgage, so let's say you own your property already, you're with HSBC, and then you've gone on to the internet and you've seen that NatWest have got better rates. So the remortgage is when you take your mortgage from one provider to another provider just because you know you're going to save some money down the line. So that's what a remortgage is. Okay. So let me just pick a couple more. Okay, how can I build my credit score? That's actually a good one. How can I build my credit score? What I would say is keeping on track of anything that's going out. So from phone bills to if you've got any form of utilities you're paying, make sure you keep on track of it. Make sure you pay everything on time. Not only that, also make sure you have access to different credit reporting agencies like Experian, because sometimes they make mistakes. I've had that happen to me before where they've put something, a default, when it didn't exist, and it affected my credit history. So sometimes some people don't bother checking, and then they just think, okay, maybe I've got bad credit, I can't have a property. So always look into that to ensure that everything is as it should be. Also, take out a small credit card if you're able to, maybe for £500, £1,000, just to increase your credit history and to show that you can borrow, repay. So that's what I would advise when it comes to that. Okay. Okay, so I've looked into buying a property to let, but put off by the tax you have to pay. So again, this comes back to what I said in terms of the putting a property in a limited company, because you're only paying 19% tax. Obviously, you still have to pay your stamp duty, so that's just one of those things. But putting it into a limited company means that you pay just 19% tax rather than 40 or 45%. So again, yeah, take that on board. Okay, I'll probably take another one or two. So I'm just running through it. There's a lot of questions. Just want to pick the most appropriate ones. Okay, so do you pay some sort of fine for changing mortgage providers? Okay, so just going back to what I was saying in terms of a remortgage. So if you've got a mortgage with HSBC and you want to change it to Halifax, let's say, you will pay a fine if you're on, for instance, a fixed rate. So if you're on a fixed rate, let's say for 3 years at 1.5%, and you still got 2 years left, but you want to move across to Halifax, you will pay an early repayment charge, usually of around 1% for every year you've got left on the fixed rate. But again, when you're doing the application, the advisor will go through the cost effectiveness of moving from one provider to another. So it's not something you have to do yourself. They will be able to actually sit down with you, do the maths to make sure it makes sense. So obviously you can have peace of mind when it comes to that. Okay. Someone asked a question, once I've got a residential mortgage, after how long do I have to wait to have tenants inside? So this is a trap that a lot of people fall into. If you've got a residential mortgage, that's meant to be for you as a resident, not for any tenants. The only time you can actually have a tenant in a residential mortgage if you become an accidental landlord. So let's say you have to move abroad for work, or you move in with your partner and you weren't anticipating having a property which is vacant. In those situations, you can actually have a tenant inside. Or if you apply for a consent to let, then you can have a tenant inside. But other than that, you can't have a tenant inside a residential property. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay, someone's asked to elaborate on having a property in a limited liability company. I know for a lot of people, we're still at the stage of even getting our first property, yet alone an investment property. But I will answer that because obviously there are people that own their first property. So what you do is you have to create a limited company. That's through Companies House. So once you create the limited liability company, you tell them that you've created it for the purpose of investing in properties. So they'll give you a special code, which you have with your certificates, which will allow you then to purchase properties via the limited company. In regards to tax, again, I'm not really a specialist when it comes to tax, but the corporation tax would only be 19%. If you are looking for whatever reason to move the property from the limited company back to yourself, you have to pay another stamp duty. Again, that's something that not a lot of people know. So just be mindful of that you do your research. And when it comes to buy-to-let properties, stamp duty could be anything from 3% upwards. So again, it always comes down to doing your research. What I'll do is I'll take one more question. Let's just have a look. Okay, someone's asked, should I get a mortgage with my dad or my fiance? I mean, if you're asking that question, I mean, from my perspective, obviously it should be with your fiance, rather than your dad, unless there is some specific reason as to why you can't get it with your fiance. My thinking is, without being able to speak to the person, is that maybe the finance has bad credit history. So obviously if your partner has bad credit history, but you can't afford the mortgage yourself, in that scenario, it may make sense to go with another family member, i.e. dad or mum, and then have your fiance on the deeds rather than on the borrowing. With that, you just have to be careful because there's a lot of legal work that's involved in it, and there's a lot of hoops that you have to jump through. But to cut a long story short, it is a possibility you can actually do that, but it's going to mean a lot of legal work involved. I think I've got 1 minute left, so I'll take one last question. Let's see. Okay, how do you decide whether to get an investment property first or buy your own property? I mean, for me, I would always recommend having your own property so you actually get used to the home buying process. You understand what it entails to own a property, the costs involved, things that can just come up at any time. Once you understand that, then you can branch out have an investment property, because then there won't be any shocks to you. You know what it stipulates. You know that anything can just literally arise, and you can handle that situation because you've experienced it through your residential property. So yeah, that's what I would say for that. Yes, that pretty much concludes everything. I hope you guys have taken away something from it. Has anyone taken anything from it? Perfect. As I said, if anyone's got any questions, please do reach out to me. I'll be happy to help. Thank you, guys.
So we've had two. Many young adults in KICC, Prayer City. I want you to make some noise for yourself, because today's Bank Holiday Monday and you could have done something else, but you decided to come here and step up your financial literacy, so big yourselves up. Me and my wife are actually the leaders of the young adults ministry here in KICC, and the ministry is called KICC Royals, and our mission is to raise sons and daughters that intimately know their God and know who they are in Christ. And in July, we're going to be having our annual conference, and that is the 23rd of July to the 25th. And right about now, I just want you to look at the screen at the short promo video. As Christians, living a life of purity isn't a choice but a command. It's part of our kingdom nature. It's part of our being ambassadors of heaven on the earth. There is coming a move of God on the earth that will rock nations and cause revival. God is going to use this generation to usher in a move, and for us to partake in this mighty move of God, we must be vessels that are usable for special purposes. What do I mean by that? 2 Timothy 2:20-21 says, "In a large house there are articles, not only of gold and silver, but also of wood and clay, some for special purposes and some for common use. Those who cleanse themselves from the latter will be instruments for special purposes, made holy, useful to the master, and prepared to do any good work." We must separate ourselves from sin and impurity so that we can become instruments that are used by God for special purposes. Because without purity, there can be no power. Purity goes hand in hand with power. When we pursue sanctification, grow in holiness and obedience to God, we make ourselves useful for God's kingdom purposes on the earth. So the purpose of this conference is to arm you with a hunger to pursue purity and holiness, which will usher in the power of God into your life. Power that you and I are to use to turn this world upside down. Power that you and I are to use to shape nations and industries for Jesus. Power that makes us a light in the darkness. Jesus said that we are the light of the world, a city that is on a hill that cannot be hidden. So today, choose to be that light. So guys, please make sure you save the date for the conference. We've got loads of guests that are coming. I'll just mention two music-wise. We have Becca Folks coming. We have Emmanuel Smith coming also. So right now, about now, we're going to have a break. If you follow the ushers and the peacekeepers, they will take you upstairs, and there's going to be free refreshments on the house. You don't have to pay for anything. So if you start making your way upstairs, you'll be directed to where the food is being served. God bless you.
young adults who strive to be leaders in all areas of their lives.
We're chosen.
We are passionate.
We are set apart.
Always ruling.
Royals exist as the next generation leaders to inspire, encourage, and support one another. We want to fix that false perception of adulthood. That grey hair means that you are wise. That we are not just a broken society, but we are the next generation of leaders.
We want to empower young people to live out their identities in Christ. This is done by showing young people who they are in the Word of God.
We want to change the world one heir at a time, raising up the next generation of leaders and transcending the generational gap.
We want to change the world by going beyond having just a local impact, but going globally and developing our footprint and guiding the next.
Hi guys, can we try our best to have some social
By
distance?
stepping out of my comfort zone, by doing things differently.
To be who I am and to embrace my unique qualities.
To challenge the things that I see, to see beyond and past just the things that are in front of me.
To go into the world, be a leader.
By engaging.
Royals to me is a community of future leaders. It's a place where you can come and fellowship with others when you find that you may be facing particular challenges in life, or you just want a place where you can come and help lift the burden off of others. So yeah, definitely a community of future leaders and a community for unity, and a great place to share the word, learn the word, and act on the word most importantly. That's what Royals means to me.
Okay, so I think my testimony, which I'm completely grateful for, is successfully completing my internship. I was away for nearly a year, and while I was in New York, the COVID-19 was rife, and I remember just being in the middle of it thinking, do I come back home to London or do I stay? And I was in two conflicted minds. And a lot of people had left the program and they had gone back to their respectful homes. So I thought, no, I'm just going to wait this out. But it was hard, it was tough. And I just thank God that I was able to start and complete it well. And also been able to come home and see my family, because I hadn't seen them for like a year. So I was just completely happy and grateful that they are alive and they're well and they're healthy.
I'm grateful for my family, health this year. I think this year has been really challenging, and I think just being able to spend time with my family and to be able to have all my family healthy and well is what I'm grateful for this year.
2020 has been a crazy year, but in everything I just continue to give God thanks. He's really been so faithful. I just thank him for life. I thank him for good health. I thank him for even being able to sit here and do this right now. I think this year I've definitely been able to realize that we shouldn't take granted for those little things that we have, and I've definitely learned just to thank God in everything. I think in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 it says, in all things just give God thanks. And in the midst of all the chaos and the noise that's been going on this year, I just want to give God thanks for being alive, for being healthy and being here.
What does Royals mean to me? Royals means we're a family. We're a group of people who just come together and love the Lord. We have a connection spiritually. We're able to uplift each other, support each other. In times of need, you can relate to people who will be able to just encourage you. And yeah, it's all about progression as well and being on fire for Christ.
I'm grateful for the position that I'm in. I'm very thankful for God's divine foresight. I think as human beings it's easy for us to point at places that we'd like to go and think of places we'd like to be, but ultimately God's plan reigns supreme. God's plan is sovereign, and I'm grateful for the position that I'm in. I'm grateful for my job. This time last year I was looking for a new job, and it's only God that said, this is where you're going to be, and I will sustain you here now and until further notice. I'm grateful for God keeping my family in good health at such a time where everyone is still active and still working. He has protected us, he continues to guide us, and that doesn't just apply to my family but also friends also. I'm thankful for good news, because that's also another thing in this time that I've heard a lot of people still getting engaged, promotions, and people doing new things in their life. So I'm grateful to God for that, and again grateful for Royals, because it's a home whereby we can hone in on these things as well.
I'm thankful for Royals mainly because it's a community of young people that I can lean on in times of need. There's times when I've been in challenges, I can just lean on my friends, I can call them for advice. We have a laugh, we bust so much joke, and mainly the spiritual context of it. There are times when I'm going through some challenging things and Minister Toby would just preach a word that resonates with my spirit. So that's what I'm thankful for.
Royals, what can I say about Royals? I mean, Royals is just such a blessing in my life. You know, ever since I've been able to be a part of Royals, it's just given me a sense of belonging. You know, I found a family there, I found friendships for life there. You know, it's really allowed me to find my place in ministry, you know what my calling, what God wants me to do, you know, the calling that he's put on my life. It's a big support system. Anything you need, Royals will look after you, you know, and it's somewhere that you can come and grow spiritually, you know, grow in confidence. You know, you get the opportunity to even build your skills that will influence your life, in your career, in your leisure, in everything that you do. So, you know, Royals is just such a big blessing on my life, and, you know, I'm just trusting on God that God is going to take us up even to another level next year, you know, so watch this space for Royals next year.
My main goal is to include God in everything that I'm doing. Not that I wasn't before, but I think to actively include God in what you're doing will show a significant difference. The outcome is different, it's better. But back to the main point, this is my answer, guys. So this is a bleeper. So what I'm getting...
1. Wait, I need to start again. Sorry.
Royals has done so much for me in terms of just becoming a woman and growing into... Wait, cut that woman bit out. Sorry, cut the woman bit out. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I was almost near the end. I promise. Strong community of young people. I think I got to take that again. You know what, my belly growled.
It's gone out my head. No, I'm grateful for a lot of things, but I think I messed. You know when you put it into words, do you get what I'm saying? I know what I'm trying to say, but I don't know what I'm trying to say. Just cut it. Royals are a group of young adults who strive to be leaders in all areas of their lives.
We're chosen.
We are passionate.
We are set apart.
Always ruling.
Royals exist as the next generation leaders to inspire, encourage, and support one another. We want to fix that false perception of adulthood, that grey hair means that you are wise, that we are not just a broken society, but we are the next generation of leaders.
We want to empower young people to live out their identities in Christ. This is done by showing young people who they are in the Word of God.
We want to change the world one heir at a time, raising up the next generation of leaders and transcending the generational gap.
We want to change the world by going beyond having just a local impact, but going globally and developing our footprint and guiding the next steps to our ears.
Royals has challenged me by stepping out of my comfort zone, by doing things differently.
To be who I am and to embrace my unique qualities.
To challenge the things that I see, to see beyond and past just the things that are in front of me.
To go into the world, be a leader.
By engaging and interacting with people who I never thought I can inspire and motivate.
To be the leader I was born to be.
Rule in life.
And to fight for what's bigger.
I am royal.
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 You
are royal. Royals want to fix that false perception of adulthood, where grey hair means wisdom. I want to say it.
Developing our footprint.
Okay, all right. We are done.
We are passionate. Hold me, man, stop it, my gosh. I'm just looking at this like...
We are a dynamic young adult ministry that aims to inspire, motivate, and encourage young adults within the Word of God. Yes! Sorry.
As Christians, living a life of purity isn't a choice but a command. It's part of our kingdom nature. It's part of our being ambassadors of heaven on the earth. There is coming a move of God on the earth that will rock nations and cause revival. God is going to use this generation to usher in a move, and for us to partake in this mighty move of God, we must be vessels that are usable for special purposes. What do I mean by that? 2 Timothy 2:20-21 says, "In a large house there are articles, not only of gold and silver, but also of wood and clay, some for special purposes and some for common use. Those who cleanse themselves from the latter will be instruments for special purposes, made holy, useful to the master, and prepared to do any good work." We must separate ourselves from sin and impurity so that we can become instruments that are used by God for special purposes. Because without purity, there can be no power. Purity goes hand in hand with power. When we pursue sanctification, grow in holiness and obedience to God, we make ourselves useful for God's kingdom purposes on the earth. So the purpose of this conference is to arm you with a hunger to pursue purity and holiness, which will usher in the power of God into your life. Power that you and I are to use to turn this world upside down. Power that you and I are to use to shape nations and industries for Jesus. Power that makes us a light in the darkness. Jesus said that we are the light of the world, a city that is on a hill that cannot be hidden. So today, choose to be that light.
a group of young adults who strive to be leaders in all areas of their lives.
We're chosen.
We are passionate,
We are set apart.
always ruling.
Royals exist as the next generation leaders to inspire, encourage, and support one another. We want to fix that false perception of adulthood, that grey hair means that you are wise, that we are not just a broken society, but we are the next generation of leaders.
We want to empower young people to live out their identities in Christ. This is done by showing young people who they are in the Word of God.
We want to change the world one heir at a time, raising up the next generation of leaders and transcending the generational gap.
We want to change the world by going beyond having just a local impact, but going globally and developing our footprint and guiding the next steps to our ears.
Royals has challenged me by stepping out of my comfort zone, by doing things differently.
To be who I am and to embrace my unique qualities.
To challenge the things that I see beyond and past just the things that are in front of me.
To go into the world, be a leader.
By engaging and interacting with people who I never thought I can inspire and motivate.
To be the leader I was born to be.
Rule in life.
And to fight for what's bigger.
I am royal.
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 You
are royal. Royals want to fix that false perception of adulthood, where grey hair means wisdom. I want to say it.
And developing our footprint.
Okay, all right. We are done.
We are passionate. Hold me, man, stop it, my gosh. I'm just looking at this like...
We are a dynamic young adult ministry that aims to inspire, motivate, and encourage young adults within the Word of God. Yes! Sorry.
As Christians, living a life of purity isn't a choice but a command. It's part of our kingdom nature. It's part of our being ambassadors of heaven on the earth. There is coming a move of God on the earth that will rock nations and cause revival. God is going to use this generation to usher in a move, and for us to partake in this mighty move of God, we must be vessels that are usable for special purposes. What do I mean by that? 2 Timothy 2:20-21 says, "In a large house there are articles, not only of gold and silver, but also of wood and clay, some for special purposes and some for common use. Those who cleanse themselves from the latter will be instruments for special purposes, made holy, useful to the master, and prepared to do any good work." We must separate ourselves from sin and impurity so that we can become instruments that are used by God for special purposes. Because without purity, there can be no power. Purity goes hand in hand with power. When we pursue sanctification, grow in holiness and obedience to God, we make ourselves useful for God's kingdom purposes on the earth. So the purpose of this conference is to arm you with a hunger to pursue purity and holiness, which will usher in the power of God into your life. Power that you and I are to use to turn this world upside down. Power that you and I are to use to shape nations and industries for Jesus. Power that makes us a light in the darkness. Jesus said that we are the light of the world, a city that is on a hill that cannot be hidden. So today, choose to be that light.
Royals are a group of young adults who strive to be leaders in all areas of their lives.
We're chosen.
We are passionate,
We are set apart.
always ruling.
Royals exist as the next generation leaders to inspire, encourage, and support one another. We want to fix that false perception of adulthood, that grey hair means that you are wise, that we are not just a broken society, but we are the next generation of leaders.
We want to empower young people to live out their identities in Christ. This is done by showing young people who they are in the Word of God.
We want to change the world one heir at a time, raising up the next generation of leaders and transcending the generational gap.
We want to change the world by going beyond having just a local impact, but going globally and developing our footprint and guiding the next steps to our ears.
Royals has challenged me by stepping out of my comfort zone, by doing things differently.
To be who I am and to embrace my unique qualities.
To challenge the things that I to see beyond and past just the things that are in front of me.
To go into the world, be a leader.
By engaging and interacting with people who I never thought I can inspire and motivate.
To be the leader I was born to be.
Rule in life.
And to fight for what's bigger.
I am royal.
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 You
are royal. Royals want to fix that false perception of adulthood, where grey hair means wisdom. I want to say it.
And developing our footprint.
Okay, all right. We are done.
We are passionate. Toby, man, stop it, man. Gosh, I'm just looking. It's like.
We are a dynamic young adult ministry that aims to inspire, motivate, and encourage young adults within the Word of God. Yes! Sorry.
Jambangwi, and she is the youngest fintech CEO. She runs a mobile phone company business in Africa called Echo Cash. Echo Cash is Zimbabwe's leading and fastest growing mobile money service in Africa of telecoms giants Econet, Wireless, and was the 2017 corporate recipient of the Mobile World Congress Best Mobile Payment Solution. So please, let's make some noise. Her teaching is going to be via live stream, so let's make some noise for Natalie.
Hi, my name is Natalie Jabangwe, and I'm 37 years old. I am currently the outgoing CEO of EcoCash Zimbabwe, which is the second largest fintech corporation on the African continent. I am also a member of KICC. I was born in the United Kingdom, but my parents are from Zimbabwe and I also grew up in Zimbabwe. I've had the privilege of living in a very developed country, but also living in Africa, which is slightly underdeveloped. My professional and personal experiences come from both of these worlds. When I was about 18, I was thinking about what to do when I was going to university. And I was really bent and bred on studying law because I was an arts major. I actually also think, because I'm very well-spoken, confident, and was a good debater, I thought that should probably be the necessary career path for me, because those were where my strengths were at, but that was also very much my comfort zone. At that time, my mother was 50. She'd just learned how to use a computer. And I remember her writing me a letter while I was in boarding school. And she said, "I've discovered something absolutely phenomenal, and it's called computers. I was going to lose my job if I hadn't learned in 2 weeks how to use it, how the world has changed." She learned very quickly, but that opportunity was a rude awakening for her, because she literally would not have had landed the job of her dreams if she hadn't learned how to use one in the 2 weeks between being confirmed for her job and learning how to use these newly discovered machines while on an assignment in the UK that she'd been taking and seeking new horizons, having sort of traveled from Zimbabwe at the time. Interestingly, as I was going to university, we had a huge debate in our household. My mother said the world's changed. It's very much driven towards technology. And this was about 2001. And I said to her, no, I want to be a top world-class lawyer in London. In fact, I had really good university places for law, but I had only selected as one of my UCAS options only one university for technology, IT at that time. And I did it deliberately because I was so confused about what my mom was on about. But thankfully for her, she was quite resolute and insisted. And that was a fight that we didn't win. So I decided I'm going to go off and study computer science as she wanted me to, and work very hard, do well at it, get a job and send myself to law school. That was the plan. Interestingly, when I was in my second year in university studying IT, it turned out I was top of the class twice consistently. I'd never thought I was a science major. I'd never thought I was an engineering major. I'd never thought I was a mathematics major. So this was truly surprising for me. The things that I actually thought I couldn't do turned out was one of my greatest strengths. And it actually occurred that my strength in the arts was actually a very complementary capability when it came to design, in technology and computing, and that actually gave me an edge. Fast forward at the end of the second year, at the time, the mayor of London, whose name was Ken Livingstone, actually decided that he was going to give an opportunity to Black British children from underprivileged backgrounds. And so our university was participating in this, and he was working on it with Diane Abbott, who was the first Black MP in the United Kingdom. So they put this scholarship together for highly talented. And one of my mates forced me to apply for it. And again, I really didn't want to, but I kept an open mind, and she actually helped me do my application. And it was surprising. I actually excelled and I was shortlisted as one of the top 3, and actually ended up being shortlisted as one of the top 2 and got this scholarship to go to the US at Spelman College, which is one of the top private institutions for African Americans, which is sister school to Morehouse. Morehouse would be where Martin Luther King went, but Spelman College would be where some of the most notable women in African American history have emerged from. During that time, I got an opportunity to intern in the mayor of Atlanta's office. At the time, the mayor sitting, her name was Shirley Franklin. She was not only the first female mayor in the city of Atlanta, but she was also the first African American mayor in the city of Atlanta. My job there was to work on the first IT security policies for the whole city of Atlanta at federal level. Again, something I actually didn't want to do and something I thought I wasn't capable of. Mayor Franklin decided that she was going to throw me into the hands of the chief information officer at the time, whose name was Abe Carney. Very talented gentleman who asked me to do all the federal policies on my own, with my own research, under his mentorship. And lo and behold, for something that I actually hadn't believed in, at the age of 21, I was responsible for passing the City of Atlanta's first IT security policies, when all things computing at the time were still email only and internet usage. But that experience changed everything completely for me. When I came back to London, because of this experience that I had had in the City of Atlanta and at Spelman College, I actually got a job before all other people in my cohort and in my year in 2005 who'd graduated from my university. Something occurred to me. There was an emerging trend and an industry sector, and there was an emerging industry value chain that was hungry for a totally new set of skills, and that skill set was in the technology sector. I was the first woman to be hired at a firm called Software International Controls International. It was a top software house that was doing dealing and trading platforms for investment bankers across Europe, Middle East, and the Americas. I had the chance there to be thrown again into the deep end, and I was designing and coding platforms and maintaining a trading platform that was used in all top-tier blue-chip investment banks like BNP Paribas, JP Morgan Chase, Credit Suisse, and Lehman Brothers. In fact, the Sunday that Lehman Brothers went bust, or the Monday, the Sunday I'd actually installed the dealing trading room platforms for Lehman Brothers in 2008. And come the Monday, the bank didn't open. It was an evolving and changing sector in financial services at the time. This software house that I was working for was then acquired by a Fortune 500 firm called National Cash Register, NCR. So I was transported into a completely new financial services industry for retail banking. And it is there I started designing products for retail banks for automated teller use and teller cash machines. And while I was there, I realized that I needed to broaden and to educate myself further, to develop myself further, to learn about the new trends that were oncoming, because Facebook had just entered the market. Twitter had just followed through recently, and there was a dynamic shift that was really happening, so to speak. Amazon had been just for a few years, and the world was really starting to migrate towards disruptive technologies that were driving economies of scale. And in a mentorship session with my boss at the time, whose name was John Hall, we were discussing about how my career path should progress, and he said to me, the world is going digital. The world is very much going tech. And this is a conversation that we were having round about 2009. And he said to me, if I were you, I'd go to a very top technology school. If I were you, I would find one of the top 10 in the world and do an MBA, but specialize in technology. And so I applied to several business schools, failed my GMAT a few times, and was relentlessly rewrote it until I got my 600 score, and was eventually accepted at Imperial College London. I also had an opportunity to go to Cranfield School of Management, But the reason I chose Imperial College London, in spite of the fact that it was very, very expensive and I couldn't even afford it, was because the Imperial College of London is a center of excellence for technology, innovations, and even Nobel Prize winners. So no matter how expensive it was, I was determined that I was going to work hard and work my way through to raise the financing that was required for this MBA. So I enrolled without enough money to complete the degree program. And I remember my friends and my family saying to me, why don't you just go to a regular MBA school? Why are you going to Imperial? It costs 3 to 4 times much more than just going to a normal university. But I insisted, I held my faith and did so much praying. But one of the things I also did was go to the bank. I went to NatWest Bank and I presented my credentials. And because I was at the right school, they accepted to give me half of the financing for my MBA on an MBA loan. This is when they were still available. And then I decided I was going to work hard for the other half. It was while I was on my MBA program in my high-tech strategy class and in my high-tech strategy module and center as my key focus, I realized that truly and wholly what my mother had told me about 5 years ago was happening. We specialized in understudying companies like Facebook. We specialized in understudying companies like Amazon, the Googles, and it was very clear that the world was going in a way that would never be the same again. It was at that time that Nokia went bust, and it was a company and an organization that had survived for many decades, and suddenly it was bankrupt at the new entrance of Samsung. This is some of the exciting things that we were really looking at the time. It was at this time that Xerox was really struggling as a company. It was at the same time at the entrance of BlackBerry. It was at the same time Hewlett-Packard was struggling as an organization. It was at the same time technology giants like IBM were struggling. It was at the very same time that Fortune 500 companies like myself, NCR Corporation, were struggling. Again, in speaking to my boss at the NCR Corporation, he said to me, we're struggling as an organization. As part of your thesis, why don't you do a comparative study on incumbent firms versus entrepreneurial firms that actually looks at disruptors versus incumbents? And so I looked at this across the whole of the financial services industry sector, covering the whole world, because at the time, NCR was in about 94 countries. I volunteered to do this and I wasn't getting paid. Neither was I promoted to do this job. But I realized that when you take initiative, it actually opens doors for you. When you raise your hand in an organization, you actually get to learn more. So it was through this experience I then got promoted to look after the whole innovation strategy for NCR across 52 countries. And during this time, I gave a recommendation for my thesis that NCR partner with PayPal. It was the first digital partnership that NCR had with PayPal. But also at looking at the organization, I realized we were not ready, that we should go with more startup firms. And there was a startup type of company in China called Retalix who had started innovating in self-service checkouts. And so if you see the self-service checkout technology in the United Kingdom, where you go into Tesco, where you go into Marks and Spencer's and you scan, that technology probably originated from Retalix. And I recommended that they be acquired by NCR for 650 million. That completely changed and shifted our positioning as an organization and as a billion-dollar organization at the time. It occurred to me at the time that there was a seismic shift in the industry sector, one that was being driven by an advancement in technology. At the time, NCR was pushing very much hard on digitization, and I was fortunate enough to lead a flagship project, one of a new entrant bank after 150 years onto the UK High Street. That was the introduction of Metro Bank, the Blue Corner Bank. We put in all sorts and manner of IT architecture and advancement that would bring new customer experience and that model had never been seen before. It's at the time when the UK was just celebrating the introduction of telephone banking through First Direct Bank. We tried hard to push our clients into digitization and at the responsibility, now promoted, to a senior financial services consultant to map out the digital strategy across our 52 countries. But I discovered that most of the countries were not ready. Most of the countries didn't realize what was oncoming. And I decided to start a journal in our company and also a blog where I would speak to the variety of financial services on the new and upcoming disruption in technology and particularly in financial services. It is while I was doing this that our group chairman, who owns Zimbabwe's #1 telecommunications company, Dr. Strive Masiwa, saw one of my journals, one of my blogs, that talked about the changing winds of technology in the financial services sector. He looked for me and sent his team to come and speak to me about coming to Zimbabwe and coming to help him build a new digital platform based on the mobile cell phone that would provide banking for people in Africa, where banking was only negated to the professional and privileged few in Zimbabwe. I wasn't so sure about the job, but he asked me to come on the ground and to have a look at what was there and how financial services were structured. It was when I got here to Zimbabwe for a fact-finding mission, I understood that all the things that I'd been working on and all the studies I'd done during my MBA were alive and ripe for an opportunity in Africa. Something was also happening in Africa, a seismic shift. Mobile penetration was rising and rising exponentially. I connected the dots and figured out that there was a huge opportunity, a need and a gap in delivery of financial services that could be embedded on a telco platform that could drive scale and offer for the first time ever an opportunity for people to be able to bank on their mobile cell phones and do what mobile banking was doing in the developed world, but do it at an even better level and leverage. And so I accepted the job as a scale-up CEO to come to EcoCash and build a digital financial services platform. I'd also been slightly disappointed because I'd taken a project during my MBA understudies in creating a near-field communication wallet while I was at Imperial College London. We weren't working with Santander Bank, but we were also working with students to try and create an e-commerce platform that would allow students to bank and get retail discounts. That didn't go quite well, but it got me a first place in 2012 to represent London at the Olympics, at the London Business Olympics Summit. We pitched our idea with part of my MBA team that I was leaving. I'd come up with the innovation. It was a first failure, and I thought maybe Europe's not very ready for it. But maybe it's something, all of these ideas I could try out in Africa and in Zimbabwe as a start. When I got to Zimbabwe, there was 10% financial inclusion in the country. Only 800,000 bank accounts. The country was 10% banked. I used a variety of my experience and things that I'd learned on my MBA and built a high-performance team and worked with very talented people in Zimbabwe and young people who also understood technology for us to scale the platform. By about year 3 of my joining, we had 4 million customers. By about year 5 of my joining, we had 8 million customers and we went for a listing. It was more than $1 billion listing. And at that time, we were commanding 65% of the country GDP being processed on the EcoCash platform and me leading as its CEO. One of the fundamental things that then happened later on is that within a couple of years, today we have 12 million customers and over 90% of Zimbabwe's adult population on an innovation of a platform that was literally run and built by a startup firm. We are now much bigger than all banks put together, 3.5 times than all banks put together, at the seismic shift of technology and at the seismic shift of a startup organization that was able to move quickly, aggressively, in a nimble way to create solutions and to find a gap where there was necessity. After all, they say necessity is the mother of all invention. But EcoCash is not the only case study that is an outlier on the technological seismic shift and that has changed the way that markets run. That can demonstrate that from a zero revenue company, you can build a $200 million revenue business per annum that scales with millions and millions of customers. We watched a lot of trends as we were building EcoCash. One of the trends that we were really looking at was Amazon, that was founded in 1994 by Jeff Bezos. At that time, when Jeff Bezos founded it, he was only 30 years old. He had an intuition that e-commerce and the power of mobile and technology was going to change the way that people shopped. Fast forward from 1994 and now, over 2 decades later, it has 300 million users and accounts for about 400 billion in revenues per annum. But bear this in mind, Jeff Bezos' story is a very, very interesting one. When Jeff Bezos started, he was in university and he had started coding about 10 to 15 years earlier, which means it was in his early 20s or just about 18 when he started coding. One other flagship company that we were checking out was Ant Financial Services, which is also one of the world's largest financial services companies or fintechs, founded by Jack Ma. Jack Ma founded it in 2014. And that's exactly 2 decades later than Amazon was founded. Today, the Alipay, which is part of the Ant Financial Services Group founded by Jack Ma, has got 1.3 billion customers. And yet, it was founded 10 years later than Amazon. And their revenues and transactions processed scale into trillions. Amazon's revenues per annum are about 400 billion. And yet transactions processed by Ant Financial Services 10 years later sit at about 17 trillion. So you can see how technology is really changing the way that business is done. When I started my CEO venture at EcoCash, I, like these youngsters, was also right at the nick of the age of 30. But remember, I had started coding and I had studied an undergraduate degree in technology about 10 years earlier than that. It reminds me of a book that was written by Malcolm Gladwell that is known as Outliers, which tracks how people become geniuses and that it takes an average at least about 10 years to clock your 10,000 hours and to become an expert in a specific industry field. And technology is one of those key industry fields that we want to look at that is really transforming the world, that is transforming traditional firms, that is creating new industry sectors, and that is creating new industry markets. And so the challenge, though, for me when I look at this is that why, particularly on the African continent, and particularly my ethnicity, do we not have people building these startup organizations that are peculiar? And one of the key things I've learned in my lessons is that, and in watching other companies and in building a startup, successful fintech myself, is that there are many actually young people who are making a difference. For example, Jack Ma that I spoke about, Jeff Bezos that I spoke about. And I know people like Bill Gates, as well as people like Larry and Serge, who founded Google, started their ventures when they were in their early 20s, but actually started coding while they're in their teens. That there's an historic opportunity on which technology is changing numerous value chains. If I look at apps are making a massive difference. Some of you might know Angry Birds. When Angry Birds started, it clocked 1 million customers in 24 days. Because technologies give people the capability to be able to scale in that exponential way that has never been seen before. If you look at incumbent firms that have been thrown out of the industry in the last few years, I mentioned one, which was Nokia. I'll mention another one, which was Kodak. They made cameras and were famous for sort of the Polaroid pictures, but never got into digital cameras. And as a result of that, they actually ceased to exist. But what is interesting is that this technology space is open for anyone and everyone. And it is not inconceivable that young people can build businesses, technological startups that will last, that are exponential, that can be multi-million-dollar firms and organizations. Incumbent firms that are also finding themselves slow at getting onto the bandwagon of this transformation are very much hiring or investing in startup ventures that can take their businesses to the next level. An example of a business like that is another firm here in Africa known as Flutterwave. They just closed a deal of 170 million 2 months ago, and they're now valued at about $1 billion. It is a team of young Africans out of Nigeria who've come up with a concept on how they can help small to medium enterprise businesses set up small shops online, which are mini Amazons that can help informal merchants to be able to sell their wares. But what's important as to how we can get into this industry sector, how we can leverage this oncoming transformation, exponential opportunity to build the next level firms and the next high revenue generation, multi-billion dollar firms. A few steps that we should all be thinking about as to how we can get onto the bandwagon of this. And I have a few lessons from my career pathway which can help us to think about how should we actually be doing this. There's many opportunities in the technology sector. In education, we now have the phenomenon of edtech. In insurance, we now have the phenomenon of insurtech. In financial services, we now have the phenomenon of fintech. Social networking platforms have produced for us the likes of TikTok, Instagram. Value creation platforms that are unprecedented and that have never been seen before. The likes of eBay and Amazon are trailing and seizing the day and disrupting the formal retail sector and creating a totally new industry in e-commerce. How do we get to be creative and how do we get on the bandwagon of these things? Follow trends. I followed trends and created a blog that got me hired for my flagship entrepreneurial gig and started writing about it and taking a seat on the global scene. If today you're interested in the technology sector and you don't have a blog of your own, where you share and showcase what you know or what you're learning or where you're experimenting, there's no chance or hope in the world if you're not positioning yourself globally. Not only is this important, networking is one of the key things that I learned, particularly through my MBA course. Network, going to the Silicon Roundabout in London, learn what other startups are doing, follow the trends in the Silicon Valley. There's so many platforms now on which you can interact with new and emerging technology companies and where you can learn about what they're doing. Get coding. Everyone should code. There's no such thing as that I can't code. Coding is a skill that has become as basic as drinking water. Coding is a skill that should be as basic as breathing air. Learn it. Get online. There's so many tools on YouTube. There's so many classes that are free from Google resources, particularly during this COVID-19 pandemic. Harvard has been offering free courses. MIT Sloan has been offering free courses that you can actually find online. And there's a repository of a different variety of things that you can actually really and wholly tap into. Get mentors that actually know this space really well and learn from them. And one of the key and other things you should do is read widely. One of the books that's inspired me is one of those that Pastor Matthew has written, and it's known as The Creative Edge. But also another book that I really like is a book that is known as Exponential Growth, that has been written by an author whose name is called Salim. There are a variety of multiple others. The Lean Startup is one of such books that you could also delve into and have a look at. There is also another one historically that I've read, which is known as The Accidental Empires, that I read many years ago. So look at all these things and technology conferences and find out what you can leverage from them. But also innovation hubs are sprawling out. As part of my giving back to the community of younger people so that we can build a movement of young people who are building these super important high-tech companies on the African continent and globally. I have founded an innovation hub. It is called the ibuhub.com. If you go to it, ibuhub.com, particularly in Zimbabwe, but we want to be able to scale it across Africa. We provide resources on how people can build digital ecosystems, on how they can build startup ventures and scale them bottom up. I have made it a passion of mine to make sure that I can use my global networks, to make sure that I can use my experience, to help other people to also be able to build really successful ventures. Another key ingredient that is very necessary for any aspiring tech entrepreneur is to have a valuable mentor. I have benefited from that, not only from my mother, who encouraged me to study technology, but also from Pastor Matthew, who's been mentoring me for over 10 years. His lessons on diligence, globalization, startups, and entrepreneurships, and also the multitude of books that he has written on business are some of the repository of resources from which I've drawn to enable me to consistently challenge myself, but to also believe that I can break the mold and that I can be differentiated and that there is nothing that I cannot do if I have put my mind to it. And the other thing that I've constantly believing in is teaching others. So volunteer and also help other people in your community. If you're an expert, particularly in this industry sector, it is important that we're able to give back. As young people in KICC, put together clubs, join communities. One of the key apps that is really trending lately is called Clubhouse. I've found Clubhouse to be a phenomenal resource. I have followed all manner of high-tech collaboration forums on Clubhouse. Recently, I found myself on a Clubhouse with Reid Hoffman. Reid Hoffman was one of the founders of LinkedIn. On Clubhouse, you can access just about anybody, and particularly from the US market. And for me, I love the difference in time zones because I've been able to track so many entrepreneurs. When it is nighttime here in Zimbabwe, I get hold of them on the US time zone. Clubhouse is enabling all manner of talent and people without limitation. You could even find people like Mark Zuckerberg on Clubhouse, enter for free and actually get into their forums and learn so much. But I also found that venture capital firms are some of those places where we should be targeting and finding out what it is they're doing and what kind of solutions they're funding, and hopefully create platforms and create technologies that are fundable, technologies that are able to solve for problems that cover or that address real gaps in society. So interacting with venture capital firms is another way of figuring out what you should be looking at. But maybe one of the key things I should probably wrap up with before we finish is the opportunity on the Africa continent. I spoke earlier and shared a few statistics on technology and and perhaps key firms, key high-tech firms. But I want to focus us a little bit onto the Africa continent. Africa has got a total population of about 1.2 billion people. By 2050, Africa will have a total population of about 2.5 billion people. That will make up for a quarter of the world's population. It will make Africa the fastest growing continent, and it will ensure Africa, and it means Africa will have the youngest population. It is in Africa where you have 580 million wallet holders. It is in Africa where you have in excess of 1 billion mobile cell phones. In fact, in Africa, there are more people with mobile cell phones than there are people with toothbrushes. This should say something about how Africa is leapfrogging in the technology space. And there's a real opportunity to solve for problems in the agroeconomy, in financial services, in healthcare, pharmaceuticals, insurance. And EcoCash is one of those examples that I spoke about. The equivalent of EcoCash would have been M-Pesa, that was founded 7 years ahead of EcoCash. So these are some of the really interesting things that are happening on the continent. And it is interesting that the high growth venture companies, the high growth startup companies that are giving incumbent firms a run for their money on the African continent are those that are in the technology space. And so I actually encourage the audience and young people that are watching from KICC to watch this market, to look at the gaps that are on the African continent and to create solutions, and particularly technology solutions that solve for the problems that are in Africa across a dichotomy of sectors and across a dichotomy of community problems that can actually be identified. My work and my taking a chance, leaving London to come and build a high technology firm in Zimbabwe, saw me being nominated on the world's first ever digital financing task force that was put together by United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres in 2019. It brought together some of the brightest minds of the world's best companies into a task force, and we presented a report that talked about how we can drive fintech to solve for SDGs. And that has been because of the work that I've been doing, and has been because of my passion for technology, but has also been out of a huge number of years in experimentation, in learning, that has helped me to be the best in my industry, and particularly on startups, and particularly on the Africa continent. I've had the opportunity from building a startup bottom up, a startup that became much more scalable and that gave significant contribution to its parent company that was a telco operator. There are many other startups that I've talked about that today have become much more successful than existing incumbent firms. And they're all being built by young people who are 30 and years below that. And there are many of you who are sitting here who've got an inclination in AI, in machine learning, in data analytics, in gaming, things that are really, really changing the world, where we can transform markets and where we can capture value, but also create value. And it is simple people like us, simple people like Jeff Bezos, like Jack Ma, who are youngsters who have seen these opportunities and have completely transformed the world. In my next journey, I've now taken up a job as a Group Digital Executive Officer for the Sanlam Group. It is Africa's largest non-banking financial institution. It is $6 billion in revenue per annum. They're in 34 countries in Africa, but also have India and Malaysia. And I have the responsibility across that whole group of companies to transform this financial services behemoth in Africa into also a very efficient digital firm. And my work at EcoCash has helped me to be able to now do something of scale across the Africa continent. I have a budget of responsibility that is about $600 million per annum that looks at digitization. And I'm excited about my next role and my next venture in identifying problems, in identifying gaps in financial services, and working with the Sanlam Group, which is super successful already in financial services, to build the next generation and the next level of disruptive framework for financial services going forward. Watch this space, wish me well, but more than anything, what I really look forward to is hearing that there have been successful startups out of KICC that will build to last, that can build frameworks and models that are disruptive, that can actually change this world. And so I'm really excited about your own journeys, and I hope that you've been inspired by my own journey. I hope that out of your stories, I will read your blogs. I'll catch up with you in global innovation hubs and firms, and I hope that you can also follow us on www.ibuhub.com to follow some of the work that I'm doing and the ed tech space that we have put together that teaches innovation and entrepreneurship. But for now, thank you, adios, au revoir, tatenda, danki. Thank you for watching this series, which is powered by Young Money and is hosted by Pastor Matthew Ashimolowo.
Right about now, I'm going to introduce our last speaker, the host of today. Let's please welcome Pastor Matthew onto the stage.
I know you've already appreciated the previous speakers, Tommy Ashumlo and Natalie, but put your hands together one more time for them. Come on. Natalie was an 18-year-old who came to KICC, did her degrees in London, and then from there on moved on to make impact in Africa. In this session, which is our last session today, this is like really the bottom line. How to make money. Are you ready for this? I'm sure some of you are saying, this is what I really need. Take me straight to how to make the money. But if you observe the journey today, you see that we've been coming at some of the concepts, ideas, understandings you've had in the past. This next session is going to be even more brutal because it's going to go straight to the point and let you see that really to create wealth, somebody had misinformed us. And so in the next 50 minutes, 1 hour, which is going to make it the last session, we're going to take you through how, some of the steps, not all, but before I put the information on the screen, I want to give you an opportunity to be able to go beyond today. Today's program is a collaboration of KICC and the Money Masterclass. The Money Masterclass is where people actually register and they are taught every month. They pay to be on the platform. We're about to create a platform just for millennials, people who are 20 to 35. You will have to pay to be on that platform. The people on Money Masterclass, you will have to choose what you want. You could choose we're about to change the name, matter of fact, from Money Masterclass to Wealth Masterclass. The people on Money Masterclass pay £197 a month. They get 4 hours of teaching every month and almost unlimited number of videos. There are about 300 or 400 videos of teaching on finance, and they get a free book. They get to also meet me one-on-one. If that's the one you want to join, you'll be able to do that. But from the month of June, we are creating a new platform specifically for people 20 to 35, and it's called the Wealth Academy. The Wealth Academy, we're going to be taking what we've been trying to do today is just give you bits and pieces. The Wealth Academy is going to be 90 minutes every month, £50. 90 minutes means once a month for 1.5 hours. I'll come on the platform and teach live, take questions, and it's going to be for £50. And you've got to understand, some of us have paid as much as, I don't know what university you went to. If you went to Cambridge, you'd be £32,000. And many of us got £32,000 of education, but left there broke and are still doing a broke job. So £50 a month is like peanuts if you come to the Wealth Academy. Having said that, I'm about to take you through this next session. Like I said, it's going to be a zap, 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 taking you out of what has held you in a small corner into some of the things that can make you create wealth. You need to create wealth for several reasons. And I've been going through some of the questions on the slide. We'll probably try to answer those questions. And one person was being very spiritual. They said, maybe I'll stay this middle class because I don't know. Maybe wealth might make me become dangerous. I think poverty is even more dangerous than wealth. Because when you lack, that is when you get into other problems and other kinds of issues. All right, let's load on the screen the things we want to look at. The rules of money have changed. That is the truth. Previously, we were told, if you want to create wealth, go to school, etc., etc. But today, that's not how to make wealth. The financial crisis in our world have increased. And if you look around you, you'll see that some economies are under pressure. Some economies are under pressure, particularly because of the coronavirus, because of the crash of the financial world in 2008, etc., etc. And money now has lesser power than it used to have. I told you how there was a time when a loaf of bread was 18 pence. Here in the UK today, it's £2. And every day it keeps losing value. And in case you don't even realize it, since 1972, when President Nixon of the United States of America asked America to withdraw the gold as the backing for its currency, most of the nations of the world did the same thing. So essentially, governments have been printing paper and giving us the impression that we have money, whereas what we have is paper. And whenever there is not enough money, the government's been printing more paper. And we are living under a false impression that we have the real money. So, meanwhile, here in the United Kingdom, another issue which makes it necessary for you to know how to create wealth is that property value has gone out of hands. Property value has gone out of hands. I know that Mr. Tomi Ashimolo talked about buying, and I'm sure some of you were wondering, wow, when will I really be qualified? Because based on your salary, if you're on £30,000, the way they work out mortgages is your salary times 3.5. So that would be close to 120,000 pounds. You can't even get a studio flat in London for 120,000 pounds. So, how do you get your own place? Would you have to rent all of your life? What do you do to create wealth? This next session is so major. I want you to really get ready. I want you to prepare your heart. I want you to be hungry. I want you to really desire to make a difference. Desire to see something change in your life. I know you're taking notes, but make sure you, beyond the taking of the notes, that you listen and really get absorbed into the things I'm going to be sharing. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? All right. Number one, learn to grow your income first. Remember what I shared earlier, the sidewalk, the slow lane, and the fast lane. You've got to first learn to grow your income by having multiple streams of income. Because if you don't have growing income, today's world have pushed you out as a millennial. The property price have pushed you out. There's almost nothing you can buy with the kind of salary out there for you to earn. So the first thing you need to do is try as much as possible to grow your income, have multiple sources of income, and grow that money. Grow it. Let it grow in your hand. Number two, this number two is so major. I hope you can see number two from wherever you are, and I'd like you to read it yourself. We're going to read it together. Number two. 1, 2, go. Solve problems, follow opportunities, not passion. Today's passion may become tomorrow's latency. Look at me. I meet too many young people who say, I want to pursue my passion. Hey, stop pursuing your passion. There's no money in your passion. You need to learn to find a problem and solve a problem. When I say Google, you know that it is solving a searching problem. When I say Facebook, you know it's creating a community answer. When I say Apple, it is solving a telephony problem. If you go pursuing passion, you will not create wealth. You find too many young people, oh, it's my passion to write poems. How many people are reading poems? Oh, it's my passion to sing. Not everyone who writes songs will get a break like the artist you know. Oh, it's my passion to act. Follow me to Los Angeles, to Hollywood, and you'll find that for every actor you know, there are 10,000 who are washing plates and flipping burgers while they are waiting for their break. So what you need to create wealth is to find a problem and solve. That is the fastest way to create wealth. From what Natalie talked about, tech startups, finding an idea, finding something that solves a problem is your best bet. It is your best bet. So solve problems, follow opportunities, not passion. When you follow passion, you just end up in the statistics of those who are just pursuing and pursuing with nothing to show. The future of wealth is in the solving of problems. The future of wealth is in the solving of problems. When you solve a problem, you can charge any amount you like. Look at that long thing behind you, which we have a camera on it. It is called a Jimmy Jib. It's even in front here. It is called a Jimmy Jib. The first person to invent it and who has the patent charges how much he wants. I think it's something between $2,000 and $4,000 or £2,000 and £4,000. Someone found a problem. Notice that, okay, they want to use cameras to record from above, but they have no way of doing it. So he created something and gave it his name, Jimmy. So it's called a Jimmy Jib. He fixed the amount. He solved a problem. Many young people need to realize there is abundant money around you. And every time you find a problem and solve it, it puts money in your pocket. A young man left the country of Nigeria to go live in the United States of America. He started working, I think, on the New York Stock Exchange, but because of the culture of his upbringing and the place he now found himself, he was always getting late to work because he was messed up by the New York train system. This young man sat down and wrote a program that made him to understand the train system. That program, the app he wrote, was bought from him for $1 billion. Why? He solved a problem which probably other people had, but they didn't know what to do. Your future in creating wealth is not in a passion. It is in solving a problem. It is in solving a problem. Number 3, make asset accumulation a major pursuit. Assets are different from just having properties. Many people don't realize that the wealthy do not sit down buying designer things. Don't be fooled by models who look wealthy, who are demonstrating those things. You will not find wealthy people running after Gucci bags. And there are girls with 2,000 pounds Gucci bag with £2 inside the bag. Ouch. 2,000 pounds just to impress people that they have a 2,000 pounds Gucci bag with £2 inside. Now take the same 2,000 pounds and put it, find one of those S&P 500, one of those agents that can help you place the investment. Just the 2,000 pounds, even if you didn't do anything anymore. In 10 years' time, you'll be amazed to find that your 2,000 pounds have become 20,000 pounds. Because S&P 500 has a 14% return. That may be, what S&P 500 means is that They are helping you to invest your money in 500 highest, best performing companies in the United States of America, or FTSE 100. It means when you put money there, they are using your money to invest in Britain's 100 highest performing companies. Say, if one of them drops, Amstrad or any of those British companies drop, another one replaces it. So your money perpetually is working in a place where it is reproducing. But many of us do not realize that when you keep on buying designer things, you empower the designers. And in case you don't know, just a couple of weeks back, the current chairman of Louis Vuitton became the richest man in the world. He has taken over from Elon Musk. And what do? They sell bags. They sell shoes. They sell clothes. And they have found that the people who patronize them the most are the poorest, who have to show that they have value by carrying designer things. So, you want to create wealth? That's why you took the time to be here, or you're watching online. You've got to get out. Particularly our community is in self-deception. 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 One of the informations we sent out before this seminar was the Office of Statistics here in the United Kingdom rating property assets, real estate assets. Number 1 is the Indian community. Number 2 is the white British community. At the bottom, the Caribbean community, 0. The African community, 0. Of course, it is the median value, which basically means if I own property and he owns property times all of us, what is the total value? It came to 0. 0. Whereas we are the highest when it comes to Nike shoes and Louis Vuittons and Gucci's. So, you want to create wealth? That's why you came. You want to create wealth? That's why we're telling you, join the Wealth Academy. Tell yourself, I need to stretch my mind. And if the Wealth Academy is not enough for you, join the Wealth Masterclass. Stretch yourself. So make asset accumulation a major pursuit. How do you accumulate assets? An asset is anything that increases in value. I like you to say increase. Please say it one more time, increase. So look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. Cars don't increase in value. So if you think you have an asset because you have a car, hello, wake up, you have no asset. Clothes don't increase in value. An asset is anything which if you want to dispose of, it will increase in the returns it brings to you, or after you bought it, it is increasing in the value it carries. So in the light of what I just said, I want you to play in your mind, what asset do I have? Some of us, our response will be, maybe just my education is the only asset I have. Apart from that, many of us, we've not created any. So it's time for you to wake up so that you do not repeat the mistakes the older generation have made, who did not realize that the thing that would have relieved them from working until their bones were tired was to have been creating assets all of their life. Number 4, pursue financial literacy. What is financial literacy? Financial literacy is to have the right education on the subject of money. It's so interesting that every morning our roads will be jammed with people who are going to work. They just work to survive. They have no clear education, understanding about money. They have no financial literacy. They don't know much about money. They know about a lot of things. You'll be even amazed. You'll have a professor of economics, entrepreneurship in the university, but he doesn't know much about cash flow. He doesn't know much about how to create wealth. It's a mystery to him. For some people, creation of wealth is like a nebulous place they have never been and they cannot understand. You need to realize that if there's anything you should pursue, it is financial literacy. To be financially literate. Financially literate. The wealthiest black man at the age of 17 was given $500,000. How many of you, if they gave you $500,000, you have something you want to do with it that will increase the value? Let me see your hand. I know you will all raise your hand that you know what you will do with it. But another guy in Africa, he said if he makes $1 million, it's a song actually, he said, first in a Homer. He said the first thing he's going to go buy is a Hummer. So you see, one person sees wealth as something to show off. The other person, 17 years old, just finished secondary school. Aliko Dangote did not go beyond secondary school. His degree in Islamic studies was done at home. And yet he's one of the smartest men when it comes to business. I remember flying in first class British Airways with him one time. We're flying from Lagos, Nigeria to London. And the flight was to take off 11 in the night to get to London for 5 a.m. The first class cabin has about 14, 15 people. Aliko was the last to sleep. Everyone there don't have anything close to what he has, but he was the last to sleep, studying the notes of the board meeting he was coming to in London. But these guys who have a few pennies in their account, they were shaking the plane with their snoring. But Aliko was the last to sleep. So pursue financial literacy no more. We teach all kinds on the Money Master class. We teach 200 principles about buying property and increasing the buying until you have several properties. And guess what? At your age, I like to see some of you, by the time you are 30, you already have 20 properties. You know it's possible? That is one of the ways to quickly, actually in these days, create the millions. Because as the property increases in its value, the equity, you gain more value. You gain more value. So number 4 is to pursue financial literacy, to know more. Some of us, we know everything. We wake up in the morning, the first thing is Facebook or Snapchat, or the first thing is Instagram. First thing, hey, get off some of this social media. Be hungry to learn. Be hungry to increase your wealth. Get out of the rat race. Get out of the rat race. Look at me, look at me. The things you're hearing today, I hope you don't take them for granted. Because if you really get what I'm trying to teach you, you would resign from the people who jam the streets of London every 6 a.m. You know how the city can be jammed, how the roads to work can be jammed 7, 8 a.m. The trains are jammed. Have you taken the train to go to work? Everywhere's jammed. Everyone's going to work because they don't know what I'm sharing with you. Many of them live on the slow lane. Some of them live on the sidewalk. But you see, when you create your own wealth, you work longer than them, but at your own way, at your own time, in your own system, from your own house, without having to join the rat race. Number 5, Don't upgrade your life to be commensurate to your income. That is the challenge with many of us. Let us even take you back to when you began to earn salary. The first thing many people do is, now that I'm earning, I can at least start to live comfortably. I want to change my car. So, that was when they discovered that their car was a jalopy. They went and bought an expensive car. They feel people will now be impressed. Have you noticed? Your friends were impressed for 1 week. After that, they couldn't give the monkeys whether you drove Mercedes or Skoda. They didn't care anymore. Many people upgrade their life commensurate to their income. I tell you, when you meet wealthy people, they don't live to the level of their income. Rather, before they buy anything, they have been qualified to be able to buy it in one go more than 100 times. Until recently, Bill Gates drove a 1999 Porsche car, even though he could buy the factory. Until recently, he never owned anything more than a Porsche car. Until his death, Sam Walton, who created the wealthiest family right now, drove a pickup truck. His family has a combined wealth of $200 billion. He's gone, he's dead, but if you just check for the Walton family, you'll be amazed. Their combined wealth is over $200 billion. And yet the man who created it all of his life drove a pickup truck. Of course, there'll be the time when you can be comfortable. But many, all they do is upgrade their life straight away. If you want to create wealth, for many of you who've started work, cut down. Don't upgrade. Don't impress anyone. Don't go looking for some things that will prove to people that you have now arrived. Number 6, do more. Save more than anyone you know. Do more and save more than anyone you know. There are friends who will mock you, laugh at you, and think you don't even seem to measure up to them. That's okay. But when you create the wealth and you now have all the things they don't have, they will come to realize that you were smarter. Do more, save more than anyone you know. Do more, save more than anyone you know. Is there anyone here among you who's married? Let me see your hand. Among the millennials, okay, see a couple of hands. Is there any one of you who have children? Let me see your hands. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let me plead with you. Don't buy designer shoes for your children. You want to know why? They will outgrow it in 2 months. You went and bought a 300-pound shoe for this tiny leg. Who are you trying to impress? Within 2-3 months, the child's leg had outgrown the shoe. And you're wondering, oh my God, what am I going to do? You went and bought another designer shoe. You went and bought Burberry clothes for your child. And the child outgrows it in 2-3 months. The same money, if you had taken that money, that 200 pounds or 100 pounds, and opened the same S&P 500 or FTSE 100 I mentioned, if you found the people who can help you to invest it, and you began to invest it for your child at 100 pounds a week or even a month, by the time that child is 20, before he finishes university, there's £1 million in an account for him. But you've been putting it in Burberry clothes and designer shoes for a 2-year-old. Listen, if you want to create wealth, you have to be different. You have to have a mind shift. I like everyone to say mind shift. Oh, please say it louder, mind shift. You have to have a mind shift. Number 7, Get yourself some side hustles. Multiple streams. Remember we mentioned this earlier. You need multiple streams. How many streams did God give Adam? 4 streams. God gave Adam 4 streams. 4 streams. They all brought water to his funnel so that he can use it. But then when you are only employed in one job, then it means you only have one source of water coming into your funnel. The day your employer sack you or you sack yourself, the day you lose this job, you're in trouble. People who have one job tend to not be more than 3 months away from broke. That's the longest. Longest. If the Chancellor of the Exchequer did not create a system to give people furlough money during the coronavirus pandemic, there will have been deaths in the United Kingdom. More than the ones Corona killed. Poverty would have killed more. Why? Because what I'm teaching you today, a good chunk of people on the street out there don't know. They're just living on this one source. One source. Some of them, nice. I mean, when you go, if you enter the train on the way to, say, Fenchurch or Bank or Liverpool Street, you see everyone in some nice pinstripe, black suit. Those guys are on the slow lane. They can't afford to be sacked. They can't afford to be sacked. So you got to have multiple streams. Have a side hustle. A side hustle, bringing things to you, bringing opportunities to you if you have to. Listen, look at me. This is the most blessed generation. You want to know why? Until now, there was no platform like you have. You now have YouTube. All you need to do is create a good YouTube platform and find people who good SEOs who can help you push your channel so that everyone views it on time, so your product can be seen quickly. Previously, the smallest advertising in the tiniest local newspaper in the UK could cost you £200. But today, if you had a product, you put it on YouTube, Facebook, or Instagram, and you put £200-300 behind it, you will have a viewership of more than 10,000, 20,000 people and a good response. So you are a blessed generation, and you ought to take advantage of it. You need to realize you need your own side hustle. When you say, but which one, what can I do? What problems do you know people are facing? That's where to start. Solve problems for people. They will come looking for you with money. Solve problems for people. They'll come looking for you with money. Create multiple streams. And we teach this in the Wealth Masterclass, the Money Masterclass. We teach people. We're right now teaching 200 principles on owning your own enterprise. Because the greatest way, the fastest way to make wealth is to have your own enterprises, your own entrepreneurship. To be an entrepreneur, to have your own business. 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 I live in a part of Essex where most of the people in that area didn't have much education. In fact, I meet some of them on the golf course. And when they speak their English, it's a very heavy Cockney English. Not polished, but they are all wealthy because after secondary school, some of them went and learned how to be scaffolders, how to be people who created fences around your house, how to be people who did the plastering of your house. You may mock them and laugh at them because everything around them looks dirty. While you are wearing your pinstripe suit, your salary has been fixed because you are selling time. They don't sell time. They have business, and they have, some of them have more than one business, 2 businesses, 3 businesses. Some of them are making on one business £1 million a year. Whereas your bank manager if his bank sees more than his salary in his account, he's in trouble. But these guys, they have so many people calling for their services. They charge whatever they want. They charge what they think they will charge because they own their own companies. They didn't go acquiring education. Rather, they created multiple streams. They created multiple streams. I'm not asking you to resign when tomorrow comes, but I'm trying to push your mind to the place where you realize, if I stay in this, wake up in the morning and rush to work, come back home and have some food, watch television and go to bed, wake up in the morning and rush to work, come back home and have some food, watch television and go to bed, wake up in the morning and rush to work, come back home and have some food, watch television and go to bed. One day, your hair will change to the color of my hair, and you'll find all you have is children whom you've sent to school and a house where you are still paying a mortgage. That's if you can get a mortgage with the way the United Kingdom is going, if you don't change your mindset. That's where some people are right now. They're so frustrated. They don't even have a salary that can get a mortgage. They live in an economy that is unbelievable. The United Kingdom is unbelievable. The level of money in the United Kingdom is so much that interest rate is so low. What's the interest rate right now? Tell me. Huh? You don't even know? Hey, you guys need to wake up. The interest rate is somewhere between 1% and 3%. So that means there's so much money. Anytime you see interest rate so low, it means there's so much money the bank wants to just loan you money. In fact, there are now mortgages where they only charge you 1%. Whoa! But they know it's very difficult for you to buy a property because the value of the property have gone up. Gone up. But there's still room for you and there's still hope for you. Number 8. Move away from people who prefer you in the old mode. You can have friends who think you're crazy because you decided that you're resigning from the way they think and the way they live. You no longer want to do the things they do. You want to create wealth. And because you want to create wealth, you have to move away from some people. Why? Because your life is according to the shape of the 5 people you are closest to. Your life is a picture of the 5 people you are closest to. If you are close to broke people, you hear broke and you talk broke. If you are close to people who are dream makers, go-getters, if you expose yourself to mentorship that warps your mind and changes your view, one day you'll go back to the place where you used to live and you'll find that you have really moved on. Why? Because you change your association. Your association determines your assimilation. Your association determines your assimilation. So, move away from people who prefer you in the old mode. There's some guys who will think you're arrogant, you're proud, you no longer talk to us, we don't see you anymore, you don't party with us anymore. You've moved. You have a vision. You have a mind to create wealth. That's the reason you moved. In fact, it is even in that process that you might find yourself solving some more problems. Facebook was born out of Zuckerberg finding that he's unable to socialize that much. He decides to create a page where he can create a community of socialization while in Harvard. Then it became big. He never planned to create what became big in his hand. So, you want to create wealth? Move away from people who prefer you in the old mode. The reason many of the older generation are the way they are is because they just look up to people of their own community, friends. They surround themselves with the same people they went to school with. They tell themselves the same jokes they've been telling for 20 years. And every time you make up your mind to move away, somebody doesn't like it, but your dream must be big enough to make you move away. Number 9, if you're in school, if you're in college, spend the time to raise value, not to go to parties. Raise your own value, not party time. Raise values. Number 10, live below your means by adhering to a 50-30-20 lifestyle. A 50-30-20 lifestyle means you take 20% of your income, split into 10% to God, 10% in investment. No matter how tight things are, start with at least 10% that you put in some kind of investment. Then let's go back to the 50. 50% of your income takes care of your rent, your feeding, your transportation, because you like it or not. You live within the M25. Is there anyone outside the M25 who's here today? Okay, there's a couple of people who came from very far. The lady with the face shield, where did you come from? Huh? From Croydon. You're still within the M25. The gentleman, Essex, you're still within the M25. You? Hertfordshire. Is it Hertfordshire? Is Hertford? It's still within the M25. Huh? Where? Leicester. Okay, you're outside the M25. You came for this house today from Leicester? All right. I'm going to tell them to give you 5 of my books. And all the 5 will be on finance. One of them is called Creating Generational Wealth. The second one is called Breaking the Spirit of Poverty. The third one is called The Commonwealth Transfer. The fourth one, I don't even know all 5 offhand right now, but they'll give you 5 books. So you need to realize if you live within the M25, your rent, how many of you live in, you have your own rented accommodation? Let me see your hand. Okay, a good number of you. I'm sure you find that it's not cheap. 500, 1,000? 800 pounds. So 800 pounds out of your income, the landlord takes it. It's inside this. Transportation, I don't know how much they pay for the tube and the train anymore. A month. 150 a month. So you've already spent 950 on transport and accommodation. And then we haven't talked about your food. And please, cut down. You may not like this one. How many of you want to create wealth? The way you are looking at me like you really are angry now that this man is messing me up. How many of you want to create wealth? How many of you really want to be the millionaire of the future before you are 35 or within your millennial age? Let me see your hand. Stop all those eating out every week. You say, what are you talking about? That's me life, man. You will not realize how just a cup of Costa coffee, which you cut out of your weekly expenses, and you begin to put in investment, you will not even imagine when it begins to compound. Because look at me, look at me, look at me. Wealth is created through compounding. When you begin to buy shares and you begin to buy bonds and you begin to put your money in the places of investment, when it begins to roll over. Both the money you put in and the interest continues to roll over. It is called compounding. You will be amazed. Somebody may laugh at you, but if you took a good chunk of your money and you began to put in that way, you'll be amazed at what happens within a short time. 50, then the 30 gives you some room as a young person to live some comfortable life, your clothings, the things you need for yourself. But if you want to really create wealth on time, change the configuration. Move some money from the 30 zone into the 20 zone. Increase the money you put away in wealth creation. In wealth creation. Number 11. Avoid all kinds of debts. Credit cards, student loans. Ouch, ouch. Ouch, ouch. Ouch, ouch. Don't be deceived by any bank that told you that your card is 0%. Most credit cards in the United Kingdom have an APR of 17%. 17%. APR, annual percentage rate. At the moment, it looks like it is nothing. And you know it's very easy. You saw a dress, plastic. You saw a shoe, plastic. You saw this one, plastic. You will get your result very soon. Listen, if you want to create wealth, some of you need to take that credit card and cut it. I only have a debit card, and that debit card is when necessary. I don't have a credit card. I don't carry one. I don't carry a credit card. And I'm alive. I don't carry credit card. You know, some people feel it is status when they show what kind of credit card they have. Student loan. For some of you, it's already late. But did you know that if you were not looking at the rating of the university, you could have found ways to study the same thing, create wealth, and the people who went to the university you've always desired will come to work for you. Once Bill Gates saw that he has made the money, he left Stanford after the first year. Now Stanford guys come to work for him. And I heard him saying, not that I don't have the qualification, because I kept taking courses. I kept taking courses. Once Zuckerberg made the money, he didn't have to continue in Harvard. Today, Harvard guys come to work for him. And they call him to come and lecture. It's great that our community have pushed you to study, to read, to have a degree, break out of limitation. Education is great, but when it makes you saddled with student loans so that for the next, because some of you, all I'm teaching today, you're going to have a challenge. The next 10 years, you're still paying massive student loan. How many owe up to 10,000 in student loan? Let me see your hand. You raised your hand before, so don't be afraid. Don't be ashamed. 20,000? Whoa. 30,000? Wow. Some of you need deliverance today. 30,000 pounds, man. That is like having big things tied around your leg in your attempt to race with those who want to create wealth. But you know it's still possible to come out of it. One of the ways to create wealth, for those of you who raised your hand, if you owe any money anywhere, student loan, credit card, whatever, raise your hand. Let me see. A good number of you. Jeez, man. One of the ways to come out of debt, one of the ways to create wealth is to first pay off your debt. Because the people who you owe are not collecting the money at the zero rate. They are charging you. And every time you are late, they are compounding it. If you're supposed to pay on the 5th and you paid on the 10th, you have added 5 days compounding interest to your money. But if you're supposed to pay on the 5th and you paid on the 1st, you have reduced your expenses by 4 days. They don't like it when you pay too early. That's why they tell you there's penalty clause if you pay too early. Yeah, they are smart. Meanwhile, when you save money with the bank, they put peanuts on it. They put peanuts on it. Number 12. This is where the wealth creation begins. Start putting money in platforms like FTSE 100, S&P 500. What are these? FTSE 100 is the 100 best performing companies in the UK. S&P 500 are the best performing 500 companies in the US. And when you put your money through agents, remember, we're just teaching you these principles. You have to get counsel. To get counsel, you need to get counsel from the right persons. You need to get counsel from those who will help you. But FTSE 100, S&P 500 basically means, for example, if I find, there's one called S&P 500 Vanguard. If I give them my 10,000 pounds, they will go and invest it in Tesla, in Coca-Cola. They will invest it in all the 500 companies. If number 17 had problem, that is Ford Motors, and fell, another company will replace it. So I'll still have 500 companies that are still doing well with my money. There may be a time when there's a drop, but over a period, over a 5-year, 10-year period, S&P 500 have returned between 10 and 14% in value. Listen, you may think, I don't have much money. Start today. You don't have to buy all those dresses you thought you needed to buy. Neither do you have to buy all those shoes you thought you needed to buy. The people we think are impressed are not impressed. In fact, some things have no value. A Gucci watch has no value. Yeah, because it doesn't have second-hand value. It is not a trademark. Gucci is a company that produces anything that sells. If they see that Gucci cola works, they will do Gucci cola for people to drink. They just put their name because they know that people want their name. It's not their strength. They see that Gucci powder works, they do Gucci powder. So you've got to realize that if you want to create wealth, you need to think different. Number 13, build your credit score. How do you build your credit score? Mr. Tomi Ashimlo taught us about real estate. If you want to buy properties, part of what they look at is your credit score. That is the only time you may need to have a credit card. And once you have that, and your credit score has been upped, put the thing aside. That's the only time to have a credit card, to help your rating, because it is a computer that rates you, not an individual. And the computer takes certain data about you and works on the data. You need to have a good credit score if you are going to draw money to create wealth. Number 14, create a budget system for yourself and stick to it. Remember our 50, 30, 20. Create a budget system, or else, have you noticed on your phone, you now have pop-ups of advertising, clothes, shoes, latest things happening all over the place, coming up on your phone, coming up on your iPad. Why? Because They want to use the psychology of your eyes to get at you. You're on YouTube, you're even watching Money Masterclass. Boom! You just find a pop-up and advertising. You need to tell yourself, this is my budget because I want to create wealth. Once you have that kind of a budget, once you have that kind of a mind, you are able to bypass. A budget system is the problem of many people. And even where they budget, they don't know how to stay in their budget. Budgeting is so necessary because it helps you to be able to walk away from some things and say, I don't need it. Who am I trying to impress? And even if I want it, a want is not a need. A need is not a want. Number 11, avoid all kinds of debt, credit cards, and student loan. Number 12, start putting money in platforms. Number 13, build your credit score. Number 14, create a budget, stick to it. Number 15, pray and work towards business ownership to change your ESBI. You need to own your own company. You need to own your own company. You need to own your own company because that is where to create wealth. E is for employment. If you're employed, what are you selling? I can't hear you. Oh, say it louder. Fantastic. These guys are really catching up. If you are in employment, you are selling your time. You are selling your time. And time is the most precious commodity you have. Only 24 hours in each day. So, stop selling your time. Then there is the S of self-employed. Self-employment is good, but it also is limiting because it is just you employing yourself. You are still technically selling your time. You are self-employed. You are an IT guy whom they send things to do, and he does it, and they pay him. You are self-employed. You are still selling time. But the B is for business. You need to own your own business. I told you earlier that in Deuteronomy 28, verse 5 to 12, God said he will bless 3 things. What are those 3 things? The work of your hand, your basket, and your storehouse. Work of hand is salary. There's a limit. Basket is your small and medium enterprise. Small and medium enterprise. Your storehouse is when you have staff, hundreds of people. So there are people who are in church, they fast, they pray, they tithe, and they wonder why they are not prospering. And they do not realize it's because they don't have a place where God can put a bigger blessing. I wonder if they can help me put a scripture on the screen. Malachi 3:10. If they can put it on the screen. I know I didn't tell them this, but if they cannot, don't worry. So E is for employment. S is for self-employment, which is still selling time. B is for owning your own business. But I is when you now move to become an investor. You become an investor. You now have money. This one comes, it says, I've just produced this tech. And you say, okay, I'll own 15%. Bring all the tithes into the store, that there may be food in my house. And try me now in this. If I will not open for you the windows of heaven, go on, and pour out for you. I like it in King James, not this one, in King James. Please change it to King James. If I will not pour out for you in King James, please. All right. And pour you out a blessing. Someone say a blessing. Oh, please say it louder. A blessing. Can you notice there it says a blessing there means an idea, a concept. So people in church are tithing, but they don't have a place God can put a concept, an idea, a blessing. They don't have a basket. They don't have a storehouse. And they're wondering, why am I still struggling even though I am tithing? Until you create the platform for God to put his blessing on, you can't have it. God gave you a whole ocean. You showed up with a teacup. That's how many people are. God gave them a whole ocean. They showed up with a teacup. Thank you very much. So, ESBI. The I is for investor. This is when you reach the level where you now have and you are investing and buying shares in businesses. I'm sure you've watched Dragon's Den before. That is what you see there. Those guys, they will grill the person who has the idea, and they will tell the person, I'm taking over 55% of this your concept. I'm taking over 25%. The bank where your money is started with investors. There are businesses you are patronizing that belongs to certain investors. That's another level. So it's my prayer for many of you who are here today that one day you will shift and move on to become an investor. Wow. We don't have much time. Let me just rush the remaining. Number 16, leverage the power of real estate. Whoosh. Leverage the power of real estate. I like people who live in London to raise their hands. Okay, you all live in London. I'd like to ask you where in London, and I'll tell you how much property was there at one time. You live in Greenwich, 3-bedroom house in Greenwich. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, was 40,000. It is now 400,000. 400. Who else? Lewisham. In fact, Lewisham may be slightly different from Greenwich. Okay, that's Essex. Dagenham in Essex. Actually, that's a good one. Dagenham in Essex, because it was where the people who worked in Ford Motors were living. When suddenly Ford Motors shut down, much of Dagenham's property became cheaply available at just about 70,000 for a 3-bedroom house. It is now 350 to 400,000. Suddenly, 350 to 400,000. You can never get any return better than that. Why? Because real estate is the only estate that is real. Real estate is the only estate that is real. Real estate is the only estate that is real. So leverage the power of real estate. Is there anyone here who own their own property? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Fantastic. Now, I'm just wondering who I should ask where they live. Where do you live? Huh? Thamesmead. All right. Is that near Abbeywood? Near the Abbeywood part of Thamesmead. Huh? West Thames. Okay, by the river. When I came to live in the United Kingdom in February 1984, 34 years ago, I stayed in Thamesmead, Abbeywood. Thamesmead, Abbeywood. Is this an apartment you have? 2-bedroom? Hey, I got it right. Can I guess that your apartment may be up to 300,000 in mortgage? That's the amount? The value, 300,000. But when I came to England 34 years ago, that house will have been 18,000 pounds. Yeah. 18. You bought it 5 years ago or 10? 10 years ago. So you must be smiling. He's smiling. You see, the guy is smiling. Let's take his house and work with it. He's been there 10 years. You bought it 200,000? 140. Whoa. So he has 160 equity. Take that 160, approach the bank tomorrow and say, here's my apartment. 140,000 is what I bought it. Was it interest only? Capital repayment. So the money you owe on it, 5-10 years, will be like 80. I'm trying. I'm really trying. So you have 220,000 equity. If he approaches the bank tomorrow and says, as you can see, I've done well. I own this house. I only owe 80, and it is worth 300,000. Guess what they will do? They will give him a pre-approval of another 300,000 pounds. But he's not to take all 300,000 and put on one house. You know what he should do? What's your name, sir? Huh? Chris. Chris should take that 300,000 pounds and buy 6. I'm already giving you too much in this class. This is what we teach them in Money Master class at the 197 pounds level. We call it scaling. Somebody say scaling. Or say it again, scaling. Am I supposed to stop now? Oh, I thought, huh? Oh, microphone. Okay, for the guy. No, I think I've embarrassed him enough. Don't worry, Dorothy. So with the 300, he shouldn't go and say, thank you very much for the pre-approval of 300,000 pounds and slam it on one house. No! You should now go to them and say, I want to do buy to let. Buy to let. Your current house is at probably 5% interest rate. That's not bad at all, 2.6. The buy to let, they are likely to do it 4%, which is still not bad. I borrowed money in Africa recently at 15%. Africa, they kill themselves there. You know what I'm saying? They kill themselves, man. So, 2.6. The best thing you should do is now approach them. I've done well with this place. My credit rating is great. I want a pre-approval. I want to do buy to let. Do you have a company?
No.
Go start a company. Ask them if you can buy the properties into the company. If you buy the properties into the company, no one will be able to search to find your properties. At the moment you've given us your first name, all we need is your second name and we'll know where your property is. That's how terrible information is now. But where possible, ask them, if you gave me they may not give you, they may not. But nonetheless, still start the company, because the day might come when you finally pay off on this house and you can carry all the money and pour into your company. One of the advantages of owning a company is that your tax will be lesser. That's why many people don't understand. How come the rich are paying less tax? Because tax evasion is a crime, tax avoidance is permitted. So if you put all the money there, your travel to Prayer City is at the expense of the company. If we are charged for this conference, it's at the expense of the company. If you buy a car, you buy it from the company. So all your expenses goes to the company. But as it is now, if I were Chris, man, before the end of this year, I'll own 6 properties. By just going to the banks and saying, there's 240 pounds. Never sit on equity, you must put shoes on money so that the money goes to work. That is what we mean by passive income. So that while you are sleeping, if Chris got the pre-approval and bought 6 properties, hey, look at me. He bought 6 properties, he only put 50,000 equity down. Even the 50,000, he didn't withdraw, it's just on paper. Are you getting me? Yep. So, he has 6 houses, he puts tenants in all. Mr. Muiwa is one of his tenants. How much did you say you're paying in your house? How many rooms? Only 1 room. And you got 3 rooms, so 800, 2,400, let's even say 2,000. Your mortgage on the house will be 800, but you are getting 2,000. So what is your ROI, return on investment on 1 house? How much? Come on. 1,200 times 6 houses? Huh? 7,200 every month profit. And he can now go on again and create another one. In fact, he can take that 7,200 and have a standing order that this 7,200 should be going to buy S&P 500 or FTSE 100. Maybe he says, no, I don't want to spend all. Let me just take 500 out of it or 5,000 out of it. And Chris begins to put 5,000 in bonds and shares every month, and he does that for 10 years at 10% return, compounded interest. In 10 years' time, he's a millionaire in properties because the 6 property he bought at £300,000 per property. In 10 years' time, there will be 450,000 times 6. Are you lost? The way you guys are looking at me. So suddenly, Chris's property is doing well, shares is doing well. That's how you create wealth. Does this make sense to you? This is how you create wealth. That's one of the best moves any young man could have made. One of the best moves. We had a young lady in this church. Moment she finished her first degree at 21, she bought herself an apartment. Before she married. By the time myself and her husband got married, I think he also bought, they had 2 properties. Then she got a good job at Goldman Sachs. Okay, she's selling time, that's fine. But her property was going up. Her husband's property was going up. Right now, they now combine that property, use it to the equity to get themselves a £1 million house in a part of Essex I shall not mention, so nobody goes to look for them. Look at your neighbor, say, this thing is easy. Is anyone else who can volunteer their house to us so we use your house? Anyone else? Somebody who owns a property? Anyone else who owns a property here? All right, there's someone at the back. Okay, let's use hers too as an example. We're going to close very soon. Where's your property?
I think there's 2 ladies in Rochester.
Rochester, that's here in Kent. How long ago did you buy?
March.
March this year?
Yeah.
How many bedroom?
1.
So that would be 200,000?
Yeah. No, 182.
Oh, I tried. 182,000, 1 bedroom. That's still a great move. But the question will be, okay, so was it interest only?
No, capital.
Okay. 180 capital. When are you supposed to pay every month?
704.
704. Which day of the month?
The 28th, I think.
If possible, can you pay like the 20th?
I can, yeah.
Even though they will write to you and say, why are you paying on the 20th? You should pay on the 28th. You pay on the 20th. You will cut down 1 week, because every week of mortgage payment, if you do it consistently, Instead of 25 years, you're going to pay off that house in 20 years. That's how easy it is. Because you have not allowed them to compound one extra. In fact, if you want to mess them up, do it on the 15th. Oh boy, you are cutting off 2 weeks. And so instead of it compounding in their favor, it is now compounding in your favor. And once you've reduced the borrowing on it, the equity on it, if you bought it in March, 180 Rochester, I think it should be worth 200 now. You've not done another valuation?
No.
Okay, I think it should be worth like 200. If you now cut down 2 weeks, by July, August, start talking to your bank and see if you can get pre-approval to buy the next one. But this time, let them know, please, if you are buying to rent out, the banks need to know, because if they don't know, it's a crime. The reason is you are making profit on a buy-to-let, and they need to know so they can put a little more interest on it. So I will suggest to you, July, August, the equity on this one, plus your credit rating, you are ready for the second house in August. By November, December, you are ready for the third one. We call it scaling. 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 What's your name?
Isake.
Isabel.
No, Isake.
How do you spell it?
Isoken.
Okay. I'm trying to. Is that Delta State, Nigeria?
Benin. Edo.
Okay, Benin. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So, I tell you, before the end of this year, Isaken can have 3 properties. Can have 3 properties. We call it scaling. Can't teach you everything today. Go and join Wealth Academy, and then you can get.
Wait, can I ask you one question?
Okay, go ahead.
The lease is 107 years. Do you recommend extending it, or just like getting it up in value, selling it, and then buying freehold?
I think at 107 you have a fantastic lease. There are some houses that have lesser number of years, and you have to go and buy extended lease. That number of years is good. What you could do is use it to build equity, buy other freeholds. Don't worry about this one being leased at the moment. You are living there. So I think you should rather use this to climb the ladder and buy other ones that are freehold and not worry about this one being 107. All right?
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. I think we should close now. We may not be able to cover the other points because of time. I just read them for you because, one more person? All right.
Yes, please.
Where do you live?
Essex.
Essex. What part of Essex?
Basildon.
Basildon also was part of those places which, when Ford Company reduced its plant, houses became available. How many bedrooms?
4.
4 bedrooms. So your house presently, maybe like 350?
About 325.
I tried.
Yeah.
I tried. How long ago have you bought it?
Since 2012, so 9 years.
Wow, since 2012.
Yeah.
So you bought it like 250?
170,000.
Wow. You built equity. 170 is now 325, and you bought it 170. So it means, so you have 155 equity on your house. Capital?
Capital and repayment.
Okay, if I were you, I'll go to the banks this week. I say, I'm doing good with my house. In fact, you bought it 2 something. What is the mortgage left on it?
45,000.
You must be joking.
I've been doing overpayments.
Oh, fantastic, man. Oh, wow. Man, this is the kind of story I like to hear. Oh, man. Where do you worship?
KICC.
Okay, now I understand. Oh man, I love this kind of stories. Man. I love this kind of stories. You are sitting on a gold mine.
So you shouldn't overpay it.
Say what?
Don't have it fully overpaid, or it doesn't matter.
No, don't even try to pay off. But the overpayment is good, but don't try to even pay off. Now go to them and tell them you now need, because listen. What you now need is other people's money. You now need the bank to recognize what you've done. You've created equity. You have almost £300,000. You should go to them and say, all right, I've been paying all this. I want, over a period of 9 months, to own 6 more properties. This is June. Tomorrow is June. And by March next year, I want to own 6 more properties. I want a pre-approval. I think based on the fact that you have almost 300,000 equity, you still have maybe your business or your job. What do you do?
I'm actually a director of a nursery.
You are what?
Director of a nursery.
Director of a nursery. So, but you still are you are on salary.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are selling time. Let us face it.
No, it's my own company.
Oh, it's yours.
Yeah,
oh
yeah.
Man, this lady is messing me up, man. This is fantastic. So it's your own business. Can you see what we've been teaching all day? So it's her own business. She's not selling her time. She's done the ESBI. She's moved to the business level. And in the business level, now she can take it to the next level. She can take the equity on that property and she can now go to them. Don't be afraid to borrow, because the tenants in the 6 houses will pay your mortgage and give you more return on your investment than even the nursery. You want to know why I said so? There is a shortage of housing within the M25, within London, of 1.7 million. 1.7 million housing shortage. So people are desperate for houses. You have equity. Now take the equity. They're not going to give you physical cash, but you go to them, you say, now this is the kind of payment I would have done. I need a pre-approval. They give you pre-approval. They may say £300,000, and all you need to do is buy houses where you put deposit of between 50 and 70, between 50 and 70, between 50 and 70, between 50 and 70. Then when you do that, all these houses, their monies, the extra, if the tenants are paying 4 rooms at 800, 3,200, and your mortgage is only 800, so your return on investment on each house is what? 2,400. Let it keep coming to just one purse. So each one is bringing the money into one purse. So when it's bringing it into this purse, from this purse you buy the next house. And from this purse you buy the next house. And the next house. That is scary.
HMOs.
Oh yeah, or HMO. Well, yeah. I mean, fantastic, fantastic. Please put your hands together for this. Oh man. Thank you very much. I think that really just summarizes it for some of you who I needed to explain and explain. These 2 guys have just helped us today. So number 17, create your own company, have your own business. What's your name again? What's your name?
Toby.
Toby. All right. We have so many Tobys in the house today. So create your own. She's already done number 17. Create your own company. Have your own business. No one can sack you in your business or businesses. Can you see a / there? Businesses. I have about, I don't even know how many I have. I think I have like maybe 11 companies. Something like that. Number 18, develop wealth-creating money habits. Just develop the habit. Break away from your friends who like to splash. Cut off. You don't have to buy phones to impress everyone anymore. Gucci phone cover, Louis Vuitton phone cover. What do they have to do with phone covers? They just found that poor people want to show off. And some of you have very tiny Gucci purse, and it's inside your bag. Nobody sees it. Number 19, make wealth creation a premise for future marital consideration. Before you marry a lady, before you marry a man, if you are square in your financial thinking, don't marry a person who is round in their financial thinking. The blueprint will not agree. It must be part of your consideration, or else. That's why you find some people, one person is a money maker, the other one is a spender. And they are unable to create wealth. Number 20, seek continuous mentoring. If you want, you can join the Wealth Academy or the Wealth Masterclass. But you see, every day you need to shift. How many of you felt that something shifted in your life today? Let me see. Okay, fantastic. And lastly, own the assets that make people rich. What makes people rich is stocks, bonds, real estate, REITs. REITs is real estate investment trusts. Some of you at the moment, you can't buy properties, but you can find real estate investment trusts, and you can buy into them. You can put your money there so that while they are renting out, buying properties, building properties, you are an investor in the REITs, businesses, index funds. So when we talk about S&P 500, FTSE 100, we're talking of index funds. Patent digital products. I believe there are some people here today, that's why we brought Natalie. You are gifted. There are digital products you can produce. There are ideas you can make to produce things. I'm going to close with a very short prayer. We're meant to take questions, but because we've kept you for so long, we'll just have to let you go. Or you want us to take a few questions? Oh, wow. Let me just go through what they've written for me. They say at the end of this session, you'll receive an email with the Money Masterclass e-brochure. You get a brochure of the Money Masterclass so you can make up your mind that I want to join the Money Masterclass. If the cost of Money Masterclass is high for you, you want to be in the Wealth Academy, write us and say, I want to join the Wealth Academy monthly. Then you can come along. And then there'll be a special access for only those who are part of Young Money to have the 90 minutes every month for £50. This is something we're just now creating for you. We didn't create it before. And it's only for people 20 to 35. We're not allowing anyone else. Now, there are several questions on the Slido. I'll try to answer as many as I can within a few minutes. And also, please, once you register, you can also send to your friends. Is that this? Okay. Is this your iPad or mine? All right. All right, let's see. We'll just try and answer a few. As a young person, how can I start saving, investing if I am the one sustaining my family and one of the oldest children? This is a season in your life where you are having to carry everyone. My suggestion will be 2 or 3. Number 1, have a side source of income apart from whatever current source of income you have. A side hustle, something that brings extra, and put that one in investment. Number 2, you need to probably put a sell-by date on whatever you are doing for the family. Yeah, that's the truth. Or else you will carry them all of your life. And I've seen older siblings do that and get hurt because everyone they had blessed did not value what they did. Next question, how do we get the Young Money Blueprint if we're tuning online? I'm not sure we're sending it to the people online. But if we are, we'll send it to you. This was a question I saw. Is it wrong to be okay with being middle class? Doesn't it become dangerous spiritually to have desire for excess money? If you don't have excess money, you can't help somebody else. If you don't have more than you need, you can't touch lives. I have paid university fees of other people's children, including people I met briefly. I was playing golf in Nigeria, and the young lady who was pulling our bag, we call them caddies. Her English was very good, pristine. And I said, what? Why are you a caddy? She said she'd taken the exams they take in Nigeria to enter university, and she was always struggling and couldn't get admission. So I sent her to Ghana and paid $7,000 a year. I only met her mom for 5 minutes, who came to say thank you at the golf course. What her mom looks like right now, I don't know. A second one also, her mom sells food to the caddies. She also been sent to Ghana. She'll be graduating, I think, at the end of this year. Many like that. I mean, several. You can't bless people if you only live in your own limited income. You will become selfish. In fact, in blessing Abraham, God made it 2 levels. In Genesis 12, verse 1 to 3, he said, I will bless you. That's level 1 for yourself. Then he said, you will be a blessing. So if all you want is money to take care of your need, you are selfish. You see, every January, I give clothes, food, and money to as many as 23,000 widows. January last year, before the lockdown global, we did 23,000 widows, and it cost me and my wife $100,000. You can't do that if all you want is what meets your own need. So, you are not being spiritual for wanting just for yourself. You are being selfish. How do I go about starting a business with little money? All you need is to find a problem to solve. It isn't the size of money. It is the concept, it is the desire, it's the passion, it's the commitment to want to start that makes you to be able to move forward. And once you start, you find that money will begin to look for you if you are solving a problem. But please, in solving a problem, always look for an area others haven't been into. And if it's an area others have been into, find a way to put yourself in front so that your company stands out. 2 or 3 more. How detrimental is a 3-4 year student loan to future endeavors? I should ask you. How detrimental? It is really detrimental for you to carry debt. All those 3-4 years, you're unable to create wealth. You just heard now. I don't even know how much Toby put down as deposit for a house. I would like to guess that at the time she bought the house, she didn't put down more than, who knows, 20,000, 30,000 pounds as deposit, plus whatever credit rating she had. But look what had happened. The value of the house plus her denying herself and putting money in the house. She has very little to go. I know some of you didn't know this. This is your first time you're hearing it, and you have a student loan. Don't worry. Make the payment your way of creating wealth, so that one day you woke up and you look yourself in the mirror and say, I owe no man. Because you see, student loan, yeah, it has created some equity, educational equity for you. So look at it that way, but begin to pay it off. so that you can get into bonds, shares, real estate, stocks, and REITs. As a mature student, how can I set myself up financially in this season? I feel like I'm behind my peers in terms of investment, savings, assets. Yeah. When you find yourself behind, one of the things you do is go back to what I said, the 50, 30, 20. Recalibrate your finances. Budget your life. Cut down some things. You wouldn't die if you didn't have some things. Begin to invest, even if it's not much. Form the habit. Even if it was a little. Deny yourself. And once you form the habit of investing, it will now grow with you. Then you find your passion, your hunger to solve a problem will now be accompanied by a passion to make something happen. 2 more questions and I'll stop. Are there any tips for improving your credit score? Yes. Part of improving your credit score is paying off your debt. Because once creditors see that you owe a lot, they can't give you loan. They also need to see that you were paying off and you had a consistency for paying off the debt. How again can you increase your credit rating? Increase the value of your income and keep your word. If you are supposed to pay on the 6th, don't pay on the 10th. Those things count against you. Your credit rating rises when they see that you truly did pay off what you said you would pay. How can I start a tech side hustle without any funding and still maintain ownership? First of all, get the concept. Put the concept together, go and patent it or get it copyrighted. If it is a patent you need, go to the patent office and patent your idea. And please don't post it to people you don't know. If you get an idea, you get a song, you get a concept, when you are sending it to the patent office or copyright office, send a copy to yourself. Because there are people who are stealing things nowadays. But you need to patent it, you need to go to the patent office. After you've done that and you put together some kind of prototype, get to look for investors. When you find investors, get them to sign a memorandum of non-disclosure. So that if you now show them this is what I'm about to build, they don't go away to go and build it. If they try, you can sue them. And if they say, no, it's a lie, you have a proof. You had gotten them to sign a non-disclosure. These are some of the ways. But if you have a tech startup, don't give up. Put your concepts together. Begin to work on it. And let me say this. Let me say this. One of the greatest challenges in our community is that everybody wants the breakthrough to be their own alone. You need to get other people to work with you. If you find people who have the same idea, the same concept, maybe you form a company together and you own the company 50-50. 50-50, or you own it 30-30 and leave 40% for those who will come and invest in the company. Then you now work together and you look for an investor. The investor is not a techie like you, but he has money. So he owns 40%, you guys own 30-30. Although, where possible, you should own 49. Because if you own 49%, you have the voting power. They wanted to remove Zuckerberg out of his own company just last week. The only reason they couldn't remove him was because he owned 58%. If not, some people were already instigating. He's too powerful. He's too this. Where were they when the guy was not making anything? So find people who are going in the direction of where you're going. Many times we want everything to be ours. We always want a one-man company. And that's why things don't work oftentimes. We don't share with other people. You find that many of the concepts that are broken through in the world, there is a collaboration. Facebook had a collaboration. Microsoft had a collaboration. Google, Sergey and somebody else, I don't even know the name of his friend, that had a collaboration. Tesla. Tesla was not from Elon Musk. Elon Musk was the one who carried all his money, which he made from PayPal, and poured into Tesla. He came in as chairman, but he really carried the vision and made it to work. But it was not originally his own alone, so there are others. If God gives you an idea of a tech company, get others to be involved, have agreements, sign something together, and run together with it. How many of you have enjoyed today's teaching? Let me see. Put your hands together and appreciate all those who spoke. May I ask you to stand up? We'd like to pray for you before you go, and then I'm going to ask Minister Toby Ashimolo to come and close after I've prayed for you. Well, listen, I know that some of the things we've shared today, I really have stretched what I've shared for you today, with you today, because I really want you to succeed, want you to do well. I want to meet you one day and shake your hands. I'd like many of you to consider and be on the Wealth Masterclass or on the Wealth Academy. Join us. And it may cost you, but anything that does not cost you is not worth it. It may stretch your mind. It may mean you paying, but do it, and you'll not regret. Father, in the name of Jesus, I pray for every man, every woman who participated today. I ask your blessing on these young men and women. I ask your blessing on their vision, their dreams. I pray that you will truly prosper them and make every concept, every idea that goes through their mind to become a reality. Thank you. We give you praise. You will exceed our prayer and you will exceed our expectation. Thank you. We give you praise. In Jesus' name, amen. We understand some of you want to buy today's teaching. I think they'll make it available. I think maybe as USB or CD or DVD. Thank you very much, Mr.
Let's appreciate Pastor Matthew. You can do better than that. So before we close, if you would like to continue this journey with Pastor Matthew, please go to matthewashimolowo.com, where you can see more about Money Masterclass. Also, as he said, in June, we'll be starting the Wealth Academy. And if you want to know more about that, you can follow Money Masterclass on Instagram. That's money_masterclass. And also, if you're a young adult, well, obviously everyone here is a young adult, you can follow KICC Royals as well on Instagram to get more information about what our young adult ministry here in KICC do. And once again, thank you so much for coming out today. God bless you and a safe journey to you all. God bless you.
thirsty land, bid me, Lord, to drink. I will soak all of America take your love so deep. Bring me to your river deep. I'm a thirsty land, bid me, Lord, to drink. I will soak all love, amen. I will take your love so deep. As the deep pants for the water, my soul longs after you. Bring me to your living water, that I may drink from you. Bring me to your healing stream, like a dying man, Lord, in desperate need. Fade away my constant pain. Come, river, flow in me. Bring me to your healing stream, like a dying man, Lord, in desperate need. Fade away my constant pain. Come, river, flow in me. As the deep pants for the water, my soul longs after you. Bring me to your living water, that I may drink from you. From Calvary's lofty height you fall to the deepest need. Kings and queens, all nations fall. Come to your healing stream. As the deep pants for the water, my soul longs after you. My soul longs after you. Bring me to your living water, that I may drink from you. River deep flow from heaven's fountain, heal and restore. Come to make me whole. River deep flow from heaven's fountain, heal and restore. Come to make me whole. River deep flow from heaven's fountain, heal and restore. Come to make me whole. River deep flow from heaven's fountain, heal and restore. Come to make me whole. Flow, 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 River deep flow from heaven's fountain, heal and restore. Come to make me whole. River deep flow from heaven's fountain, heal and restore. Come to make me whole.